All right, we will get ready to get started within the next minute or so. All right, it is 6:05. We're going to go ahead and call our meeting to order for our work session today, February the 3rd, 2022. Mr. Gaskins, if you would conduct our roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Davis, Ms. Gallagher,
Here.
Ms. Davis,
Here.
Dr. Gant,
Here.
Dr. Anderson,
Here.
Dr. Yeager, Dr. Dykeman,
Here.
Ms. Hull, and Dr. Maddox.
All right, thank you very much. We do have a quorum, so we will move forward to item 2, and that is to amend or adopt the agenda. The floor is open.
I so move. Need a second?
Okay. All right, wonderful. We have a motion by Ms. Davis, a second by Ms. Gallagher. The floor is open for questions or comments. All right, all in favor of adopting the agenda before us, if you would raise your hands and say aye. Aye. Any opposed, the same signs. And any abstaining? Okay. So that motion carries. We are going to start here with item 3, and these are our informational items. We'll start first under that SPLOST monthly report that was provided. Are there any questions or comments there?
So I did have a question, and I'm sorry I didn't get to read this report until this afternoon, or I would have emailed it. There is a statement, I'm sorry, I was going to look at the report. There is a statement in talking about the Early Learning Center, and it's a partial statement where the sentence isn't complete, and it's talking about a $2 million expenditure. Can we kind of look at, well, give me a second and I'll pull it up.
You said it's inside of the report, Ms. Linda?
It's in the report, and literally, got the second, you saw it too? It's just an incomplete statement, and I just want to understand what that actually is.
That's my bad. That was a cut and paste mistake. So what that means is it's an approximate budget of $2 million for approximately 39,000 square feet of space that we're going to renovate. So.
And then there's a sentence underneath. Does that sentence further clarify what that $2 million is for, or is that totally separate?
Let's see. Yeah, that's totally separate. That's next sentence talks about the work in progress.
So the renovation for the kitchen facility at the Early Learning Center is going to be over?
No, not the kitchen. This is that statement is in for early learning at East Side at Old Gaines.
Okay, I missed that. All right, I thought we were still talking about early learning at the.
Yeah, there's two sub-blocks. There's early learning at the kitchen at H.T. Edwards Kitchen Expansion. That's one, and the other one is early learning center East Side at Old Gaines.
Okay. And so, do we know the total cost for the renovations at the Gaines School yet for early learning?
Yeah, no, we don't. Not total cost. Right now, we've budgeted $2 million. We've contracted about $650,000. So we anticipate being well under the $2 million.
I noticed there were some other contracts out. Does that mean, I think you said they haven't responded yet, or?
Yes, we're just trying to get them on board and signed up. Some of the later packages that where people didn't respond to the formal RFQ.
Okay, so all right, so we have unanswered RFPs, is what you're saying?
Yes, we have some scopes of work that had no responses. So like with the storefront doors, we have 4 pairs that we have to replace. So we have some work there that we have to do, so we'll have some cost associated with that.
Does that impact this timeline for when we're going to be able to get into that building?
Nope, we're trying to, April 11th, I believe, is our date that we're working towards after spring break.
And will all of these changes be sustainable for future use, or is the only concern that we're going to have around the toilets being,
Yeah, just around the toilets. Everything else is, no matter who you put in there, you could use.
it should be accommodating?
Yep.
All right. I don't know when we have these conversations. I guess it would be nice, I guess, if we could have that presentation on that building, if we haven't had it already, so that we can see what it's going to look like.
The early learning building?
Yeah, on the Gaines School building.
Yeah, there's, I think in the presentation tonight, we may have some slides on that.
Tonight?
Yeah,
Excellent, thank you. I'll hold my other questions until after that.
okay.
Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? Okay, thank you. We will move forward with the early Head Start policy meeting minutes and report.
I have no questions about that report. It was excellent. Okay, so I'm good on that.
Okay. Any others? All right, we'll move forward to the Athens Community Career Academy report.
Okay, I really, really enjoyed reading that report today. I actually got so enthralled in that report that it's just the minutes, right, of their meeting, right? But when I looked at the different parts of that and the things that the Career Academy Board is doing toward governance and toward setting a direction for that, I started getting a little envious. So thank you for that report, Mr. Harris. I think you're the liaison for that, for the Career Academy. Awesome. So that was an excellent report. But I did have a couple of questions because it seems that there are, and maybe I'll start with this. Where do we have, or have we published our contract with, or the program description, I guess, for the Career Academy? And do we have any kind of agreement or contract with the board that's governing the Career Academy? Is that you?
I need some more clarity. What was the question again?
So when I read through there, they have a strategic plan, which I thought was really great. I'd love to see that strategic plan. They also have initiatives under the strategic plan that looked really great too. Then I noticed that there were some personnel things that they were going to be working toward. So I wanted to see that. And it seems like there is some vessel that creates our relationship with that governing board. I've not seen that I recall. So is there a contract or something? I know it's a program and not a school. And so where do we find the details of that relationship?
Can you speak to that, Dr. Harris?
It's cool. Oh, there we go. Thank you, sir. So the state does require every college and career academy to have a contract with TCSD, the Technical College System, and the State Department of Education. That outlines the roles and responsibilities of all the governing boards. And then we also have an individual memorandum of understanding with Athens Technical College, and both of those have to be annually agreed to and signed by the superintendent and then the governing board chair. And the board chair is signing saying all Career Academy board members will receive, I believe it's 8 or 13 hours worth of training on governing structures and school systems, since most of those members tend to be from the business community, their familiarity with how a school district operates, so they have to get that training annually. So it's not necessarily with us, but us is the Career Academy part of it. The CCSD side of it is what we're signing off on. That answers the question.
Okay, I missed that last statement about the CCSD part.
Sorry, when I was saying us, like the Career Academy itself, the Athens Community Career Academy being a part of Clark County School District, so that MOU includes CCSD. So that is, the board is, their chair and the superintendent signing on behalf of the district. So there's a line for the superintendent, the Career Academy Board Chair, as well as the technical college president, Dr. Daniel, and then the state commissioner, Mark Peavy.
So this, again, I've had questions before about oversight of all of the funds coming into the district and the funds that are raised. I'm not clear on, do we have oversight or access to the expenditures that are occurring in the Career Academy?
Yes, because the Career Academy, I'm looking at Mr. Schooneman, it is a line item in our budget, so they're funded through CCSD, all the staff, the building, the school itself, or the program itself. So I'm looking at Mr. Schooneman, but it is funded by CCSD. I'm not sure if there's any more you want to add.
Ms. Davis, can you clarify your question?
Yeah, there's funding in there in the career. I want to know, I know that it's funded by CCSD. And so the board actually does have access to, and Mr. Schumann is responsible for overseeing those funds. Is that correct? And then the Career Academy has its own separate funds. And so is there any liability or connection to those funding agencies or channels, and does the board have any responsibility there?
And speak to the other funding sources that the Career Academy may have and what kind of responsibilities the board may have over those funds. Just the general fund, I believe it's funded, it gets its QBE formula earnings for positions in both high schools, I believe, and so the positions are earned not there but at other facilities. We use those earnings and we budget it basically as a department. So I don't know if that answers your question or not. It's definitely part of the general fund. It's blended with other funds, just like the ELC. Yeah.
Ms. Davis, could I maybe perhaps jump in for a second? Are you talking about their foundation and the donations that they receive from industry?
Could be, yes, that's one big fund.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Well, they do provide a report on those funds and what's in them and what's been spent on them each month at their meetings. So they have a discussion about it every month in their meetings. Whether or not CCSD has any voting power over that, I don't think that they do. It's their own private foundation.
So the private foundation is the Career Academy Board.
Correct.
And so do we have a relationship with the private foundation that is the Career Academy Board, was my original question.
So there are members of our staff that are on the board, so the high school principals are a part of that board
Right.
that vote towards those funds that are used by the foundation.
Okay. I still want to just understand that, how it's set up, and we can table this discussion since I'm the only one asking these questions, until I can maybe find a better way to articulate it.
Additional questions and comments? Okay. Thank you. We'll move forward to item 4 under the informational items. And this is the Citizens Recognition Committee. I know Dr. Maddox and committee sent out some notes for us. And so from that ad hoc committee, is there any additional information or just overview, or board members, any follow-up questions about that?
All right, that sounds easy enough. So basically, we, in essence, we are just asking the board to review our proposal that we recognize citizens each year, and we kind of laid out the format that we are suggesting. And there are just a few questions that we want to have a consensus on, which is under number 2 in that document. And then hopefully, we can move forward.
Just a question for that committee. Is that something that you want us to go ahead and discuss tonight, and that way you can have an idea?
Yes,
Or are
that-
you imagining it would be its own separate, like, discussion item
No,
for next? Okay.
it doesn't. I'm sorry, I'm just coming from another meeting. I'm just not prepared. Ms. Corinne, do you have it up, or Ms. Linda? So I don't delay the time.
No, that's okay.
You just want me to go through the questions?
You go ahead.
Okay, so the questions, are there awards for both living and deceased persons, or deceased persons only? So our conversation was around, to be blunt, sometimes when people are alive, they do things later that then become a conflict, conflict of interest after they've been recognized for doing something great. So what we wanted to do was see if the board was in agreement or had any discussion around making awards or recognition for awards for both living and deceased, or just deceased. Will this take place each year, or are y'all thinking like multiple times during the year? Should we limit the number of inductees each year? And the last one is the minimum financial commitment, purchase a plaque on a wall or annual, and then do like an annual engraving, just to add it there. So we would love the rest of y'all's feedback so that we can move forward.
Wonderful. Any thoughts? Yeah, any thoughts about those questions?
So as far as number one, I'm a fan of giving people their flowers while they're alive. And so I would definitely want to include a discussion around having people recognized while they're able to really be appreciated and celebrated, with the thought that should something scandalous happen down the road, there will be an opportunity to reconvene to see whether or not that is somebody we wanted to unhonor, or but I would like to think that we should celebrate people while they're able to appreciate it.
So that conversation, thank you for saying that. So the conversation kind of split right there with that point. So recognition, and then like, where's the policy? So like murals and names of buildings. So I think that's where the conversation kind of split. So, and I think that's where that question came from. So like naming buildings after someone who is alive, or doing murals in a school building for someone who is alive. Do we do that for deceased, or? I think that's where the conversation kind of split and where that question came from. But I agree with you. I like flowers.
I don't know, I may be biased. I remember the celebration with the farmers when they were leaving the community, and thought it was so beautiful for them to be able to see all of the love and the outreach, and just the sense of pride and love that the community had for them. And so I want others to experience that, and I am naive enough to think that even if you put somebody's face on a wall, if you can cover up a tattoo, an artist can make that a beautiful little sunflower or something else, to be able to cover that should we need to cover it. But those are just my thoughts. I would welcome to hear from my other colleagues.
So I would agree, and I also, it reminds me of the College of Education's recent dedication of their building to Mary Frances Early, and her being there to celebrate that was just incredibly monumentous, and she participates in their lectures, and she's a real active participant in what's happening in the college, and I think that's in part to that dedication to her. So I would support, I mean, of course it's up to you all as a committee to kind of, I don't know, maybe you could weigh those, but I would absolutely support living individuals being honored in that way.
Yeah, we're looking, we only as a committee making the recommendations, but we want the consensus of the board, so we all own this process. I mean, is there anyone who would be against persons who are alive, honoring persons who are alive? Okay, so that number one is resolved. Corinne, you're doing a good job, go ahead. Number two?
So do y'all think that this should happen annually or more often? And we're just talking about, at this point, we're just talking about recognition, not murals or building names, just recognition.
Just from a practical point of view, I think that annually would be more likely to happen than more than annually. It seems like time goes by kind of quickly, and then we're at another place where we need to do something. So that's just a practical thing. I don't have a strong opinion other than that.
Does anyone disagree with annually or have a strong opinion about it being other than annually? Okay, that's resolved. Keep going, Karina. Number three.
Number three, should or will we limit the number of inductees each year?
And we did have some discussion around that number. Ms. Davis, she stated that number two, and I can let you speak to that reasoning, and then I stated 9, and I can speak to that. If you want to go ahead, Ms. Davis.
So I'm trying to remember where I had a conversation. Two things have come to my mind as we're talking, though, and that is, my concern was, is this around, I think I got hung up on criteria. You know, how are we going to pick this person, and who's going to pick this person? Because
okay.
I made it, my statement was, I don't want to, I guess, you can recognize people for doing their job, but I don't want this to be a competition about that. So if people get paid for the work that they're doing, that's great. I think we should do that. I struggle with trying to plan an annual celebration of somebody because I struggle with what that criteria looks like. And so let me say that after we left our meeting, I remembered in my however many years in my company that I worked for, we had an annual magazine that came out, and all of the anniversaries for people that were employed were in there. If there was some particular person they wanted to highlight, that was in there. And so that was like a monthly or semi-annual publication that, and it was sent to all former employees and and the current employees. And so I thought about that as maybe one of the things that we might consider, because I can't imagine with over 2,500 people how do you whittle that down to one? And then what are we really recognizing? We're recognizing their service and their service to the district. Then I think to be able to celebrate those anniversaries every year would be one way of doing some recognition. So I really struggle, again, like with that one person, to try and find one person to recognize every year. I struggle with Maxine Eason's building still being unbuilt. I struggle with School C, who we hadn't yet designated a name for, being unbuilt, but I thought that our current policies allowed us to recognize those people that were outstanding in the community. And so if the idea around our recognition was to make sure that people who made a significant contribution and that was recognized by the community at large, that we would have a way to do that. I'm still excited about that, but to even say it's every year, that might not be real. So was that my comment?
And my thought was, is that we, in our past discussions around honoring people, deceased or alive, but mainly we had discussions about people who paved the way. Those were our back discussions, but it was so many, and so I thought, if each board member, and being in line, because we used policy FD, what is it? Somebody help me out.
FD.
The policy that we use is okay, FDC.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we use that, that policy to kind of guide even, what we're doing now. And so with that, it speaks to board members, really working with their constituents in the community. And so that's why I came up with 9 each year, because I thought that each board member could recognize a person, and then maybe throughout, by talking with people within their communities, or the discussions are probably already there, that would give, us a wider diverse, group of people to be recognized that might be even overlooked. If that person, if I wasn't sitting in this seat, I might not know of someone that might be in a rural part of Athens that might be overlooked then from someone else. So that's why I stated 9 people a year. And so, so what are some of the rest, what has everybody else thought about that versus, we already said annually, so, 2 people or 9 people?
Any people that aren't on the committee want to share your thoughts?
I was just going to say that I think that the idea of having each board member potentially bringing somebody to the table for this is good. I guess I was thinking maybe it could be up to 9 people per year, so that if you didn't feel like you had somebody that year, that we didn't have to have 9, but it could potentially be up to 9.
I feel like I read it wrong. I thought that it was 9 people being nominated with 1 person in the board, on the board rep, and then we pick 1 or 2.
What we discussed was like having, like they have in the Career Academy, like the perpetual plaques. And so each year we would nominate, if we nominated 9, so for 10 years it'll be 90. So if you did a decent plaque with 30 each, that'll be only 3 plaques on the wall, so it wouldn't take up a lot of space or anything like that. And so it would be, so each person would put forth a person to be, well, we say nominated, but they would be recognized from, per your putting it forth, unless there was some wild reason that, that the board felt like that wasn't a good choice, which should be rare, but.
I don't know, I kind of like that idea. I like the idea of having each board member nominate someone, but we as a board collectively decide on a person or 2 person. I think that makes sure that no one is overlooked, that everyone is talking to their constituents, but it's not a, you're in this seat, so this is your person. This is, it's not like that. It makes us come together, share perspectives, look at different people, and make that decision to honor this person or these people as a whole board. So I don't know. I like the way that you read it, actually. I would propose that we add that as one of the things to consider.
I do like the idea of up to 9. I do like that. I think that gives, each board member an opportunity. Because we're really talking about like recognition, right? This is separate than this facilities
Yeah, different
policy.
from facilities, that's just totally different,
Yeah, I like that idea because it's an opportunity to, acknowledge people, whatever that criteria is. I like the idea. I could go either way. So really whatever, the board decides. On the one hand, I like that it is like all 9 or up to 9 recognized, and then selecting that 1 or 2. Then the other hand, it sort of, I think it creates like this, not competition, you know what I mean? But like some either discomfort or maybe negativity when it doesn't have to be, because it's just it's just like it's a recognition, not only a recognition, but it's something that the board has collectively agreed on. So that's sort of an opinion both ways, but I definitely like the up to 9.
So for me, how I interpret this was a great opportunity to learn about people in the community. I like history and learning about people and their contributions to education in particular. So this is a great, if everybody identified someone, and even if we came together to select 1 or 2, we would still be learning about up to 9 different people.
Yeah, I was gonna share that. That was, Karina made a very good point about that during our, our discussion. Because my thing too is so many great people. I don't want, I want opportunities for people to be, recognized. And like I said, and then as was stated just now, it's different from the facilities, which that's, that's not something that happens even every year. And that's a totally different process from us having the opportunity to bring people forward. So this is, I just want to kind of get an idea, how many people would prefer to just nominate and choose 2 people versus recognizing 9? I just want to be clear on that.
After hearing everybody, I mean, I'm fine with all 9. It does sound like a great idea, especially from the educational perspective, so I'm fine with that.
All right. So we pretty much have that covered? Oh, no, I'm doing my bad.
And then-
Number 4, is this the minimum financial commitment? And again, that's what we were talking about, the perpetual plaque. And, you know, I looked up some prices. They can be from about $300 to $900 if they're, you know, but that's the plaque one time. You know, you buying it, and then the tags, they come on there. And so the minimum would be each year, you have to take that off and get it engraved with, you know, for the next year.
Just another idea
Okay,
to complicate things.
it's not complicated, go
I
for it.
really like how we also recognize our employees each month, and I wonder if we could recognize somebody from the community each month and make that a little bit easier. I don't know if that will mean we would put their name on a plaque, but that's another way maybe to give some recognition to be celebrated. And maybe that, and I'm thinking off the cuff, every board member recognizes or picks somebody to put into that rotation every month to celebrate different parts. So that's just an idea. I'm not pressed about it either way. I think recognizing people is a beautiful thing, so.
Well, I think, and to speak to that, Ms. Hall, one of the areas, I think it's on the business, the regular meeting, is it board recognitions? So one of the ways that we were hoping is that board members have that 2 or 3 minutes that they can use, they can share information, they can make announcements about, you know, events. They may want to use those 3 minutes to recognize someone that they feel like has contributed significantly to something that they're a part of, right? You know, and that then impacts education in a positive way. And so I do want to reiterate, I know we just added it to the agenda, but I want you to feel free to use that time. I know we had some conversations last year about that. And so that is also an opportunity that's there, you know, that board members can use their discretion, and they have autonomy to decide how they want to use that 3 or so minutes.
Okay, so look, our committee work is done. Do want to thank Ms. Davis and Ms. Gallagher. Mr. Gaston lended a lot of good information as we started dreaming real big, you know, and so I did include, you know, some of those things in the minutes. And he, one is service learning projects, where there are opportunities. Both Ms. Gallagher and Ms. Davis talked about cemeteries where there's, you know, well, one example in particular is Karina spoke about Gospel Pilgrim. Julia Jackson Harris, you know, and the school is named after her, that, you know, that would be a good opportunity for students to do a service learning project and kind of clean it up a little bit where the little fence is around her family, you know, that might, you know, again, just make it, you know, we're hoping that we don't just have histories and names just for the sake of having it, but that it's really infused into the way our children, you know, learn about their community, to invoke that sense of pride that we want them to have, and that understanding of who came before them, who made sacrifices before them, you know, because, I mean, we didn't get integrated it still hadn't been too long ago if we look at it, you know, and so so service learning projects came out of that, as also research and art competitions, and then on a greater discussion, we talked about, Mr. Gaston talked about some of the things that Dr. Harris is already looking at in terms of with the curriculum, infusing more Athens history into the Georgia history. And so there are some things that the district is already doing. You know, and it's just, you know, they'll be sharing more with us as they roll those out, and we'll see that it's meshing together, you know, quite nicely based on what he shared. And so I added that in the minutes. So thank you all for your time. It seems like we just need, decide on what time of the year each year.
That's right.
When will we
Yep.
be doing these nominations and that process?
Okay.
So I meant to bring this to our meeting, and thank you. I think that wraps up that part of our discussion. But I have a bigger project that I hope we'll embrace at some point, and that is a history of education in Athens, Clarke County as a museum or as some other entity. And I brought the Milestones in History project that several of our retired educators put together. And this was presented to Dr. Lanou back in 2015. But they literally have documented all of the processes that we went through as a community to bring desegregation about. And so this was about recognizing the superintendent, Sam Woods, who led this community through a very difficult time. I promise you this is worth the read. It's a lot of reading. Some of it is easy to read, some of it is kind of difficult to read, but I would love to make sure that everybody at least has access to a copy of this so that when we have this discussion about how do we recognize the history of education in Athens, Clarke County, then this would be a valuable piece of material to work with. So if you can pass that to Mr. Gaskins. Thank you. I want that back. So if we can make copies, that would be amazing. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much to the committee. It sounds like, would you all consider your work concluded, or do you need a date from us? Do you have a proposed date already? What else would you need from us?
Yeah, we did not have a proposed date. We would like
Okay.
to have a date.
Any ideas?
Does anybody have any
before we-
ideas of when we might do this each year?
I think school season at the end of a school year, of a school term would be good.
Yeah, I like
Yeah,
that.
like around graduation, like
And then it
Yeah,
can be
yeah,
kind of folded
yeah,
into
that's
the
good.
graduation if people want to
There
or
you go.
not, but yeah.
We're settled.
Okay, yep. So you'll, that committee, if you, of course, if you want to meet again, I know the dates were a little bit off, but if you feel like you need to meet again, or if it's concluded, you can just update us, but update us on the specific date.
Okay,
from
that sounds
here.
good.
But it sounds like you all feel that you have the information from the board that you need?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you so much for your all's work.
So is our work done now and we pass it over to the superintendent?
So,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Ms. Davis. I'm having a hard
No, I'm
time
asking-
hearing you on that
Me
end.
too. There's
Yeah,
an
it
echo
is.
in here. So is our work done, or do we have to continue with, or do we?
Our work is done,
Thank
in
you.
terms of, what we were supposed to do, but I did those other things that were indicated that came out of it. Yes, they would be shared with the superintendent, and Mr. Gaston was, thankfully, he was in the meeting, so he captured it, as well.
Excellent, thank you.
okay. Thank you so much. And so I guess for the record, then, that ad hoc committee's work is done. Thank you so
That
much.
is correct.
Yeah, wonderful. All right, we'll move forward to our board community reports. Item 1 is the Athens Area Community Foundation.
I do not have a report tonight. I was ill. We just met 2 weeks ago, but unfortunately, I missed that meeting. And once the minutes come out, I will share them with the board.
Okay, thank you. Yes, if you could share those, and then we can tag them into the next work session, but we'll already have them, so that would be great. Okay, item 2, this is our Community Oversight Committee. Oh, yeah, that's right.
But their report, isn't their report in the?
I think it's there.
Yeah.
Mhm. And I guess if there are any comments or questions, at least we'll have it for the record, and they can come back around and address those. Were there any questions or comments with the report?
I left my note sheets at home, so I don't know.
Okay. Well, if you notice some, you can maybe forward
email
those.
them.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, we'll move forward to Envision Athens. I didn't have anything updated. I wasn't sure if they've met or what.
We don't have a report, but we do have big news. At first there was 5, and then there were 3, and now there is 1. So there is 1 final candidate for the executive director position. We are meeting virtually on February the 9th to actually meet this candidate, screen the candidate, I guess somewhat have kind of an interview, but make that formal offer at that time. So hopefully, after that ball is rolling, we will start to have more meetings, but more of our focus has been put in on finding our executive director.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that update. Any questions for Ms. Hall? Okay, we'll move
I have
forward.
one question.
Oh,
I'm
go
sorry.
ahead.
I'm getting confused with my years. I don't know if it's COVID or what, but have we voted to renew the money that we provide to them each year? Have we voted on that already?
I think,
Is every 2
Is it
years?
every 2
Okay.
years?
Okay, thank you.
okay. I couldn't remember because sometimes I know we'll get things like to sign, and I couldn't remember, but Ms. Palmer, so is this the 2nd year, or that we're in the? Okay, okay. So that means that we would then get that next year? Okay. Okay, okay. Any follow-up questions or discussion around that?
I will just say, in some of our discussions, we have kind of thought about what we could do with the funds that we have. So once we get settled with a new executive director, I think it would be a wonderful time for the board to get together and see if there's anything you would like for me to take to those meetings, so that when we do discuss and kind of set what our goals are, we can have that information.
All right, wonderful. We will, oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Is it possible to ask, once the executive director comes, perhaps we can put it in future, what is it, future news? What are we calling it? Future agenda items to get a presentation from them?
Absolutely. I can definitely ask, would the board like for that to come from the director or from a member of the board, the chair of the board?
Whoever you think could provide the most information.
Okay,
I think if
and
we're gonna
there is
start
actually an education initiative, so yeah, we can definitely do that. Just don't let me forget,
Okay,
but absolutely.
okay, thank you.
Was there a comment from over here? No.
Are these masks muffling our voices? Because I'm having difficulty distinguishing certain sounds.
You-
I
They
would
are.
imagine.
Okay, so do we need to like try to talk louder or clearer?
Drop it or do something.
Clear? Either.
Do what now?
The mic has to be right in front of your mouth.
Okay.
For there not to be an echo? Yeah, up here is hard for us
I
to hear
can't
each other.
hear
Yeah, I
Monday.
can't,
Yeah,
okay.
I'm getting to that place, I gotta see you to talk.
Yeah, me too.
We need to,
Okay. So maybe try to lean in a little bit more, or? Okay, okay.
or move these tables.
Yeah, we may have to like fiddle around with some of the configuration and figure it out. But with our interpreters, please let us know if we need to say something again or be a little bit clearer, so we can be sure everyone has access. All right, we will move forward to the Georgia School Boards Association. The only thing I'll sort of update is in an email in planning, so a few months ago, we talked about having our retreat like coincide with that summer meeting. And so that summer meeting, Dr. Anderson, where was it? Okay, it's June the 11th and 12th in Savannah, with the pre-conference on the 9th. And so Julie has also said that, and I know Ms. Palmer is helping as well, that they can help secure us a meeting room if we would like that. before or after the conference or in the evenings. And so they have a person that we can contact. And so my point in sharing that is first that you will have those dates for the conference. And then, so if you have any ideas, if you're wanting to do before or after, please share that so that we'll know and we can sort of see how many, what we have as a group, and then we can move forward. And also, if you have specific ideas about that retreat, let us know. So I don't know if we want to do it the day before or the day after, and have a full day, but really it's up to the board. If the board wants to do 2 days before, but just if you have concrete ideas so that we can start to synthesize that and try to get an idea of what days we need to book. Ms. Palmer, is there anything else that you can think of that we need to? Okay. Any questions about that, or? Yeah.
So this is a whole board retreat we're going to do, Savannah, the whole board's going to do it?
Yeah.
All right.
I forget which meeting it was at, but we were talking about if we wanted to have one in January, which would be typical, like the twice a year. And I think we just said, let's just do it during the summer. So let us know sooner rather than later. So if you could let us know by the next board meeting, that would be great, because we can at least sort of report out, like, this is what people are thinking. Okay, advisory board updates. Any advisory? I didn't see anything here, but were there any with our teacher advisory?
Ms. Boness is going to come up and
Okay.
update us.
The teacher advisory board met today, but just with the advisory board, so we will meet with them as a district on the 3rd of March again. The students meet on February 24th, I believe. The board advisory committee meets next week on the 9th, and the parent advisory board.
So I was supposed to attend that yesterday, but I had to cancel because we had our call board meeting. So I'll follow up with Mr. Reed on what that new date will be. I'm not sure if they met without me, because there is a portion that they meet before the superintendent comes in, but I'll follow up and let the board know.
Okay, thank you. And so what that means is we probably should be getting a few notes over these next couple of weeks from those. Do we still need to be going to the parent advisory board meetings? Ms. Gallagher, what had we decided? Like a rotation, right?
That's what we discussed, but those meetings haven't actually been happening, so.
Could I ask for just a clarifying statement? In the board report a week ago, it looked like there had already been a teachers advisory board meeting, and they had a full presentation in there. Was that not a tab meeting? Was that something else?
They did meet right before. It went into the board update.
It was in the board update, but between our last work session and this work session, there must have been a meeting, because at the last work session, there was nothing to report.
That's correct. They met, the teacher advisory board typically meets right before the board meeting, not the work session. So we had the tab, and then we didn't have anything to report, but we put it into the board update.
Okay. That was a pretty detailed and robust presentation. I kind of thought that we would get a little bit of a summary about how that came together and who was there. I mean, there's a lot of information in there.
So that presentation was the result of the teacher advisory board distributing the survey.
Okay.
And then they went through all of the results, and then we went through the results and helped to theme them. And then we had the presentation, that was those themes, and then the discussion.
Okay.
And I would add that when we went into small groups, most of the TAB members focused on 2 of the themes, and I think there were maybe 5 or 6 themes. So we were having some internal conversation. Do we revisit that same presentation to give them a chance to go help unpack the other themes before we presented something formally?
Oh, okay. That's great, thank you.
And their meeting today, they had more questions about other things, and so that will be what we can help share and talk through at their March 3rd meeting.
All right, the board president report, just sort of be on the lookout. I mentioned the dates for GSBA. Also, be on the lookout of, at some point soon, we would need to be talking about like mid-year type review conversations, and so being on the lookout for that. And there was one more thing from,
Revisit the policy on terms, board voting in terms. We're going to revisit that conversation.
right, but isn't that, did we have that
Can
here?
you repeat? We can't hear Dr.
Oh, sorry.
I'm
Is your
so
mic on?
sorry.
There we go. I was like, we can't hear you over here.
I'm so sorry, my mic was not on. We were going to revisit the policy on term limits for the president, as well as the policy on replacing vacant seats. So those two policies we were going to discuss again so that they could be further revised and then taken out to public comment. And I don't see it on the agenda, so I think that that's where we were going to throw that.
I'm sorry, for some reason I thought that we had that here, but I guess not.
Miss Lisa, was it on, is it on there?
Okay.
Understood, thank you.
All right, and that was going to be, remind me, I'm sorry, I just can't remember. In that overview, Mr. Harris was going to be next week during the president's report, or is it today? Okay, okay, I'm sorry, I got things confused. The only other thing, just a reminder, training's coming up. We did talk about that. And the Citizens Academy, just wanted to have that on our radar. I know that was something that Ms. Gallagher mentioned, and I guess it's not something we need to decide on tonight, but I do want to encourage you to be thinking about that. Mr. Harris sent out some information, and so really be thinking about, is that something that we feel like we want to join into or have a session on, board roles and things like that? Or are we talking about a separate one? But anyway, I want to put that on your radar. It might be something, if the board decides, that also might be future business as well. But when we get to next week, I won't remember. And so if that is future business, if that's something that the board wants to take a closer look at, be sure that we talk about that in future business. And I guess now that I know Mr. Harris shared this, are there any just sort of preliminary questions that you have for him about the information shared?
I guess my one question was, Ms. Gallagher, when you looked through the information that Dr. Harris shared with you, was that along the lines of what you had in mind?
It's along the lines.
So did you want to entertain doing something in addition to?
Yes. In addition to, in support of what Mr. Harris already has lined out, because this is already lined out. Everything else is still in my head.
Okay, so just keeping, Dr. Maddox?
It was a long time ago. I cannot find the email. Maybe it was in my dreams, but I had a similar idea, and the Georgia School Board Association, like, they have something like already laid out, and I've been looking through my email because I could have sworn that I introduced that to you all and sent that out. It was before the new board members So they have something, so I'll find it, but they have a similar type of academy for school boards, so.
Dr. Maddox, that's what, yeah, so we actually adopted this using the Villa program from GSBA. So they have that model, and so we, at a conference, we heard about it, and Soraya Felgenhauer, our community school director, was familiar with it from her previous district. It was a great way to integrate the board's work into the community as well as school operations. So yeah, we pretty much copied and pasted, but just added a little bit of CCSD flair.
That Dr. Harris, I should have known that, I'm sorry.
I'm just looking through this now. So this Villa program, it says it's open to 42 participants, 2 from each school. And I wondered if the purpose of this is educating people about the operations, right? Is there any follow-up that happens afterwards? Or I guess my question is there a need to limit it to 42 participants?
Yeah, so for this first one, it was mainly just to start small, mainly because it's also kind of cohort-based, so then you create alumni groups for each one. And so we didn't want to have, 100 alumni every year, so the idea was that we would have a fall cohort and a spring cohort. So fall would be 42, maybe another 42 in the spring, and then they would be able to collaborate. And our idea was that we're building advocacy every semester, so we're kind of building these cohorts of community advocates who know about operations, budget, the Board of Education, curriculum and instruction, and community engagement. So we're pretty much every semester. Part of it too is that we also wanted to use it as a recruitment tool to make sure if these parents or individuals in the community wanted to run maybe for an LSGT or a future Board of Education seat, they had individuals around them who they could rally around and talk to about what those opportunities would look like. So yes, 42 per term, but definitely not cutting a cap long term.
I applaud this. I think I got so excited when you said that it was actually happening. So the fact that we're tapping into people in our school district, of course, is awesome. But we have like 5 of these things running around in our community now. We've got the Citizens Police Academy, we've got the Lead Athens, and there may be 3 or 4 others. So I think this is fascinating, and I'm grateful that we are already in that game.
When's the kickoff for the first one?
Can you say that again, Ms. Gallagher?
When is the kickoff for the first one?
April. I believe it's April 13th should be the date. And again, we moved it mainly because the kickoff was supposed to be that first week of January, but as y'all know, our numbers were high, and the group who signed up did not want to do virtual. They definitely elected to say, I want to be in person, so we honored that.
Space in here. Lots.
All right, thank you very much. And so those are just some things to keep in mind for new business, if there's an additional direction that the board feels like we need to go as it relates to that Citizens Academy and those other topics. We will move forward to the superintendent's report. Mr. Gaskins?
Yes, ma'am. Just a couple of announcements and really some celebrations. So the first is that we're happy to announce that 8 CCSD students have advanced to our state science and engineering fair competition. So there were 12 in our region, and 8 of them came from CCSD. So that is really exciting. So these are our very own middle school students representing 3 of our 4 middle schools, and the state competition will be later this semester. So we wish those students luck. The other exciting thing is this week and last week, I had the honor to attend our REACH scholarship ceremonies for our new cohort of 8th grade middle school students. The REACH scholarship is a competitive scholarship that gives students $10,000 towards their college education, and this year we had 7 student recipients. So it has been amazing. I went to BHL today just to see those kids get those big jumbo checks of $10,000 and see their parents cry and celebrate them. And Tessa Barbazon, our director of school counseling, she leads the initiative for our district. In front of you, there's an executive summary for a field trip. This will not be on the consent agenda today. It will be on the agenda for next week because our Skills USA team from Clark Central High School, they have advanced to the next round of competition. They just found that out. So it was too late to submit that, but they're going. So we want to just make sure that you are aware that we will be approving it at next week's meeting. Just to give you all a COVID update, we have some testing sites here in our district. So on Monday, we had our first testing site at HT Edwards for PCR testing, and they will actually be back tomorrow at HT Edwards from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. to provide COVID testing for our students and our staff and any family members who are related to our students and our staff. And they'll also be at Cedar Shoals tomorrow afternoon from 11 to 2. So we are finalizing some details for next week to have another COVID testing site. It will be at Clark Central on Tuesday in the morning, and then we're planning on identifying a middle school that will host that site in the afternoon. So along with testing sites, we're going to continue with our COVID vaccine clinics. So students, family members, and staff, they can receive their first, second, or booster dose at any of those clinics that will start next week. So we will have a clinic at each of our high schools and each of our middle schools, and it will happen on February 9th, the 10th, and the 11th, and we'll put the details, the sites, and the times on our website, and we'll send that out in our weekly update. The last thing that I just wanted to share is that we just want to acknowledge what has happened at Oglethorpe Elementary for the last 2 weeks. So just to give the board and the public an update, on Tuesday, I met with the staff at their faculty meeting, and I just, sincerely apologize for the pain that this has caused our school community and the student and the family that was impacted by this. Members of our district staff met with staff today. So we met with each staff member. They had one-on-one interviews just to discuss the climate and the culture of the school so we can ensure that we address those issues in the future. I also was able to connect with the president of Athens Pride today. So we're gonna set up a meeting, Dr. Watley and Ms. Barbazan, our director of school counseling, to partner with them with some trainings that we can provide for our staff as we support our LGBTQIA+ community. And so just the last part of the superintendent's update, I'll ask Dr. Harris just to update us on our new board policy process.
Sorry, Mr. Harris. Hold
You're
on. Mr. Gaskins, who will get that training from Athens Pride? Will it only be teachers or administrators, or will it be accessible to the district, to our EOC and HR person? Who will get that training?
So we haven't decided yet. I would imagine that all of those groups would be able to be included in that training. The reason that I wanted Dr. Watley and Ms. Barbazan to be there, because I think for our first round of training, our counselors on the first line who would need to be trained, members of Dr. Watley's team that could train our administrators and our teachers. And then I think, as we always do with professional learning, we roll out a scope and sequence about who the audience would be and what time they would receive that training throughout the year or throughout the summer. So our goal would be for as many people that we think would be appropriate, which would be all of our staff, because all of our staff comes into contact with our families and our students. We just have to figure out how we ensure that everybody is being trained and that we have a scope and sequence to retrain people, over time, so it's sustainable.
Thank you. Sorry, Dr. Harris, I'm ready.
You are fine. Good evening, Madam President, Mr. Gaskins. I am here to present the new policy process. I'm gonna move this to the side so I can take my mask off. As you see in front of you, you see a graphic designed by the amazing Ms. Tillman and myself to hopefully give a visual representation of the new policy BDC. We are hopeful that these 9 steps will be helpful for the board as well as for our staff and community in understanding the new process by which we revise, rescind, and review policies in CCSD. So I will actually read the document. I will watch my speed as well from my friends here on stage. So step 1, requests for new policy, revised or review will be sent to the policy department. This can be done by email or via our website. If you go under the Board of Education tab, there is a policy tab by which our community can access policies. It also can be done in Assembly. This can come from any board member, the superintendent, or a community member, or staff member. And so that remains in BDC as step 1. They would send that in. Step 2 would be the board chair and the superintendent will initiate action to draft changes or additions to the policy. This basically means that Dr. Gann and Dr. Thomas or Mr. Gaskins would get together to discuss whether or not the policy, the board feels that policy should be added to the agenda, or if it should, if it warrants review, or if it warrants discussion. If it is warranted and it's something that the board is interested in us looking at, then we will then take it to step 3, where the superintendent or designee, which would be myself, construct the requested changes or addition to the policy, and then we submit that policy to Mr. Pruitt for review. From that step, the cabinet will then have an opportunity to review the policy draft, determine if it's ready for the board review and input. And then we go down to step 5, which is that the superintendent or designee, again myself, will present the draft proposal to you all at a work session. It is important to look at the text beneath that. This work session is really to make sure we have captured the ideologies that the board was hoping to see in that policy. So it's an opportunity to ask questions, give input, bring in recommendations based off of what you may have heard from constituents or what you were hoping to see in that policy. So as it says there, you don't take any official action at that meeting. That's for you all to say, to see what we've come up with, to see did that capture what you all were hoping for. So without the policy committee, that becomes the full board responsibility. And then from there to step 6, the revised policy is then posted on our district website, as well as all of our other outlets. We will be starting to include policies that are up for revision or being rescinded in our weekly newsletter to the community on our website, as well as to any other media that we send out. We're also hoping once we get our local news station off the ground, we will also be able to give verbal updates through our CCSD TV platform. If there are any substantial changes, step 7, the cabinet will then review it again. They'll review all the comments from the public, anything that we've heard from public comment, anything that we've heard from staff or parents around the policy. The cabinet will review all those suggested comments and prepare a finalized draft for board review. If there are substantial changes, we of course will send that back to Mr. Pruitt to make sure we are still within legal compliance. And then step 8, the superintendent or designee will present the final policy draft to the board at that work session. At that point, it should be complete because we would have come before the board twice. It would have gone to the public as well as to the cabinet twice, and then Mr. Pruitt either once or twice. So there's a lot of pieces in there to make sure we get it right. And then at step 8, board members have the opportunity to ask any clarifying questions. Of course, you will have a document to show what the public comment was so you can understand how we ended up with that final policy. And then I will say there is you don't take official action at the work session, as you know. If there's no consensus of the policy, let's say for whatever reason, even after all these steps, the board says, no, this still isn't right, we need to start this over for whatever reason. Hopefully that's not the case, but it could happen. This process starts over. We, of course, would then want to capture what did we miss? Since we had already captured the intent of the policy with the board in step 4, as well as again in step 7. So we just want to, again, ideally it won't happen, but stranger things have happened. So that if it isn't, there's no consensus, the process restarts. If there is consensus, which we hope there would be, step 9, the official board meeting, the policy will appear on the agenda for approval. Upon approval, the superintendent and designee will post the adopted policy in the board manual. We also have discussed the process of now alerting our staff as well when policies change, because policy is simply words unless people know that it exists. And so we want to make sure people understand when policies are changed. So we'll be putting that in our weekly newsletter as well as in the board briefs. We'll kind of elevate it so that people can see it in the board briefs. So I'm happy to entertain any questions that the board may have about this, and hopefully the graphic is helpful.
I want to say you did an excellent job. I know you spent a lot of time going through the steps of this policy. Last night we talked about making sure that we had communication from our community and we had their input, and I think that you did a wonderful job in making sure that before a policy is voted on, that it goes through the different channels that it needs to go through and it's clarified so that we don't have to continue to revise it. So just excellent job. I know you worked really hard on the policy and it shows.
Thank you, Mrs. Hull, and I'm glad you said that. I do also want to add to that point that Mrs. Tillman and my goals, as long as with Dr. Thomas at the time, was to try to ensure we stay within that same 2-month timeline. So you all may have noticed in your board update several weeks ago, we included the updated spreadsheet As you can imagine, fitting this amount of steps within a 2-month timeline is not an easy fate, but we also wanted to honor that public comment is important to the board. I just want to say publicly, I know that is something the board wants to make sure we maintain. So you'll see that that process still does exist in the policy and in this new process. So still 2 months. So if we review a policy in February, it would still be April, which was the same timeline we had with the policy committee. So we didn't want to make it a longer timeline, even though there's more steps. Yes, Ms. Davis?
So I really am excited about I like seeing things in steps, I like numbers. But also, after step 4, once while you're coming up with that draft proposal, will the community have visibility to this process or this project or policy that we're working on? So can that draft proposal also be a vehicle for collecting input as you're still working through getting it to its natural end or to its next step?
Like throughout the process of working on it?
Yeah.
Had not considered that. Certainly something to look at, as long as,
Sounds like a Google Doc that's just out there, and these are the policies, and if somebody goes out there and looks at it and they think of something they want to ask about, then again, we're getting that feedback earlier, but we also have the views coming in all the time, up until the time that you actually are ready to draft it.
If I could jump in for a second, Mr. Harris, I don't know how feasible that would be. I think it is considered in draft form until we vote on it.
Right.
So I guess at step number 6, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Harris, that's when we present our revised policy, and then our community can say, these are my revisions or my proposed revisions, or these are questions that I have related to the policy, then we could revise based on their public comment. I don't know how time consuming it would be for the policy department to have the running, just a time, not really even a
It's just out there.
timeline.
You don't have to look at it every day.
Right.
Again, it would be there for
Yeah.
people to make the comments on, and then before you actually come up with your draft, you could look and see if there's anything that you missed that would kind of give us a heads up on.
I'm not
Yeah,
understanding
Just my thought, just my
anything.
thought.
Ms. Davis, could you repeat what you're I didn't understand
So under
anything.
step 4, the superintendent's cabinet will review the proposed policy draft to determine if the proposal is ready for board review and input. And once it is sent to the board in step 5, right? My question is, can that draft now be made available to the public as they're continuing to refine it in step 6? Am I there, or did I miss that?
I think we're kind of capturing that between step 5 and 6, Ms. Davis.
So you think that it's going to be available to the public at step 5?
After step 5, I think after the board has really put you all's lens on it as the policy makers for the district to say this is whether it's a belief system or the scope of the policy you're looking for, then in step 6 is when we then release it out to the public to get their input. So the idea was to start with the board first as the policy makers for CCSD, and then push it out to make sure our public has an opportunity for input. I'm not sure how we would have input prior to you all seeing it. I guess I'm not sure how we would do it prior to sending it to you all.
So in step, and again, I'm trying to retrofit, so the superintendent's cabinet will review the proposed policy draft, right? That came out of step 3. So at that point, you kind of have an idea of what you're going to present to the board. And I'm just simply saying, while you're going through that review with the law and everything else, would that be an appropriate time? I'm just trying to get to it earlier so that we don't get to the end. I would hate to build a process so that when we got to the end, we literally have to start over. I'm just trying to see how quickly we can get the community's input involved, because most of these things are going to be driven by some incident or something that has happened. In my opinion, I may be wrong. And again, if this is the way we want to roll, we can roll with that. My thoughts are the sooner the public has eyes on it, the more likely we are to have those people who are going to spend time studying it, and they'll have more time to study it and give better feedback. That was my thought.
I don't know, it kind of concerns me if we push it out too fast, that there may be too many cooks in the kitchen. And I also like the idea of having it presented to the board so that after it goes out for public comment and the cabinet is making any changes, if it comes back to us substantially revised, we have a version A and a version B to really use to lead our discussions to say, we really missed the mark on this one, or we were really, really wrong in terms of what we thought we were putting out there. So those are just my thoughts.
I can live with it as it is, so don't get too concerned about it, but again, I just want to see us get that feedback sooner rather than later.
And I will add, the beauty of this policy process is it's based off of policy BDC. So there's also always the opportunity to review policy BDC and walk it through the process if there's revisions needed. If the board is to change or to make any alterations to where public comment is. This was simply a summary of that policy, and the policy can be revised through the process.
Yeah, we've gone
if the
some
board
back
decides.
using that policy. We've sent them back several times, and so what I want to do is avoid sending them back. If we're redoing it, let's build it so that we can get all of the input ahead of time.
Oh, that's my goal as well. Don't want to double do work.
I just wanted to clarify for everyone listening, the reason why this step is necessary is because we no longer have a policy committee.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you say again where, you mentioned on the website that there was a place for people to say that they either propose a policy or talk about a policy that they wanted to have looked at? Where is that?
There will be under.
Oh, okay, it's not
Yeah,
that.
right now,
Okay.
because I think it says, I think it even still has that the board is transitioning from board docs to assembly. So our goal is to update that. Today was my first day of assembly training for policy. I learned a lot, and so we're going to update that. And actually, the beauty of assembly is it looks like everything can be built within that platform. So there's no reason to use Google Docs as we used to, and the strike-throughs and the colors and additions automatically show. So it's a fairly impressive platform, I admit. So I'm excited to dive into some policies in there, and I believe we may have one that comes up soon.
Okay, so that's the place where it will be, and the place where, under district policies. Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
I loved your presentation on the policy process, but I honed in especially on the news station. And I must have missed that in the updates. So there's going to be a news station?
Yes, so in December or November, I believe when I did the communications update, we are in the process of working on the launch of our local CCSD TV news station in our communications department. That came from a collection of data to make sure that we are reaching our constituents in more ways than just email. As we know that email requires certain levels of literacy. Some people prefer sound and visual content, and in 2022, our department felt that a TV station is a great way to also get students involved, so we're looking to partner with some local community partners, getting interns from our high school, and our goal is to kick it off this summer, at the start of summer, so we can start doing some type of summer programming and updates to keep our families engaged this summer, ideas about how to keep your students engaged in curriculum and content, different activities going on. So we're affectionately right now calling it CCSD TV, and actually the studio is being built in that side of the hallway. So we've partnered with the high school journalism program, the Career Academy film and broadcast program, and we're already working on what segments those students will cover. And so the idea is just to increase our communications outlets. So yes, ma'am.
Right. Dr. Harris, I have some follow-up questions about step 2, but maybe if we can just chit-chat. I want to be sure I understand what I'm doing. I know I should have probably knew that before we voted on the policy, but now that it's brought out like this, I just want to be sure that I understand the way in which, where it says the board chair and superintendent will initiate action. One of the things you said before you said that is that they would sort of get an idea, I think, of as far as where the board is. And so I want to just talk a little bit more about that, if you don't mind. Not right now, but I just wanted to put that on your radar.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll move forward to presentations and discussions. The first one is the ESPLOST update.
Good evening.
Good evening. Got a quick presentation of the remaining projects in SPLOST 5, as well as the upcoming projects for SPLOST 6, I think as requested by the board. So I'm just going to highlight those. We're going to go over the, like I said, SPLOST 5, SPLOST 6, the SPLOST 6 financial projections, and then just some, I guess, current highlights of what we have in 5 and 6 coming up. So on the remaining projects for SPLOST 5, we're going to be completing ELC kitchen this spring. We're waiting on some outstanding equipment, ice machine, and a couple other pieces to be installed before we can open it back up, but that should be hopefully within the next 30 days. East side at Old Gaines, talked about that earlier. East side ELC at Old Gaines is what we're calling it. We've got bid packages out. We've already started work, and we're looking at trying to get the first phase done by April 11th, and then the second phase by the fall of this year. Cedar Shoals Fieldhouse, we're in the process of developing plans. We've met with the local building committee at Cedar Shoals. We're about 50% complete with the plans. Hope to have that bid this spring, bring a contract for construction in May to the board, and start construction June 1st. And then the Career Academy Culinary Kitchen, we're doing some further development with them. I think we also have to do some overall discussions with the Career Academy additional program so that we have a kind of a 5-year plan for that facility and to look to do there. SPLOST 6, our Tier 1 projects, is Clark Middle, will be the first project that we do. Again, we're working with the local building committee, developing plans, try to have some plans that we can bid the fall and start shortly thereafter. And it's about an 18-month to 2-year project. It's going to be a phased project. Cedar Shoals High School is the next project in SPLOST 6. That's a 20-year facility upgrade. So we'll be meeting with, establishing the local building committee, meeting with them, getting the programming needs to develop the plans. Look to bid that potentially the spring of 2023 and a completion of fall of 2024. And then after that, you've got Gaines, Alps, and Cleveland that kind of follow with our Georgia DOE 5-year plan. And again, that's on the 20-year major systems renewal that we'll be looking at it. We'll establish local building committees with those communities and schools and develop those plans per that schedule. So again, this is more of a detailed listing of the Tier 1 and Tier 2. Tier 2 I want to hit because we have departments, operations departments that have monies where they purchase new equipment, plant services, custodial, security, transportation, technology. Technology is a $22 million commitment that we make over a 5-year period in SPLOST 6. So I know Taylor has a lot of laptop devices and things like that he'll be submitting to you for orders for coming up for this spring and this summer. So we're on a 5-year schedule there as well. All right, ESPLOST funding. You see that we've actually revised our budget projections based on our collections. Our 12-month averages, we're over $2.1 million. So we intend to collect up to $130 million over the next 5 years for SPLOST 6 to fund our projects. One thing that's on the agenda tonight is the bond sale resolution, and that's kind of some upfront money, selling a bond so that we can begin our projects without waiting until we get collections to start the projects. And again, this is our proposed budget. It's a little bit small, but it kind of identifies and lists out the anticipated budgets for each project. One thing to note under Clark Middle is that we have $10 million from SPLOST 5 that we will add to that $35 million So we anticipate, based on the size of Clark Middle, it's over 200,000 square feet. It's going to be in the $45 to $50 million range once we get it bid out. So here's just some items. Ms. Davis, you asked about East Side of Early Learning. This is just an area view kind of showing you the overall location. The floor plan, so what you have is the floor plan of the entire school, and you can see that the area shaded in gray is the old 5th grade wing. We are not utilizing that in the early learning program, but we are utilizing the rest of the spaces, and it amounts to about 39,000 square feet of total space. We're not making any footprint expansions or changes, so there's really not images or elevation showing that. It's all internal renovation. Cedar Shoals Fieldhouse. This is an aerial shot showing you an overview, locating the field house to the, I guess, left of the stadium as you're facing the back of the stadium, between the practice soccer field and the ROTC rappelling tower. This is
where we have the graduation in this blue area.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The blue area is the track and the high jump and the different things. So this is a rendering of the field house. We're going to be matching the existing brick on the existing facility, and same as the roof color. This is an elevation of the back of the field house, which actually faces the football stadium. And you got a picture of the front. So it's a 2-story structure, approximately 16,000 square feet. If we go to the next slide, it shows you the floor plan. So on the upper level, they'll have a banquet area, a coaching office space, locker rooms for additional sports. On the lower level, you'll have the weight room, locker rooms for JV and varsity football. All right, Clark Middle. Again, we're kind of going fast here, so you guys, if you need to slow me down or ask questions. So what this image is a site plan with an overlay. The items, the lines shaded in red are the existing footprint of Clark Middle. The lines shaded in blue, kind of to the right, is an overlay of the new structure for Clark Middle. And the cross section onto the right side of the print is actually a 3-story building that'll have 6th, 7th, and 8th grade and connections in that portion of the building. Now, this is a rendering. This is just proposed. We still have to meet with the local building committee. We're working on some different variations on the masonry elevations and the front entrance and the column sizes and types and things like that. But this kind of gives you an idea of the scale of the overall facility. So on the floor plan, again, overall, including the gymnasium, we're roughly 216,000 square feet. On the main level, which is the current elevation of the school right now, it will have the cafeteria, admin area, special ed, and then the 8th grade, I believe, or 6th grade is on the top level, on this main level. So you have a connector corridor that takes you back to the education wing. The second floor or second level is 7th grade, and again, it's a 3-story structure in the back. And you have connections classes as well on this level. And then the last slide is the first floor or lower level, and that is where the 8th grade will be. And you've got band, chorus, ag science, and some of those connections classes. We met, I guess, a couple weeks back with all the staff. So we met with all the grade levels, connections, special ed, to get their input and programming needs. And we're in the process of tweaking the plans to make those accommodations.
Have you had a community showing or visit to look at the plans for the neighbors of the school?
No, we'll do that. We'll have that for in our February meeting. So we'll reach out to local community folks and everybody. Also, I think the cemetery organization in the back is asked to come and participate in that meeting as well. So that would be the time that we would do the presentation to them.
Okay, and that's going to be February?
Yeah, probably towards the end of February.
End of February.
Yep.
Thank you. I have one other quick question. Do they have Is there still one shared media center for this huge complex now?
Yes. It'll be sized based on the number of students.
This is one of my alma maters, so I'm really, really attached to it, right? Okay, this is amazing, okay. Totally looks nothing like it did when I was there. It's good.
Okay?
So with the East Side ELC floor plan, I'm looking at the old fifth grade wing that is shaded, and I see that it is used for district storage. How necessary is that district storage space? Because my next question will be hypothetically, could that be a discussion for East Side Library? So I'm just trying to figure out, do we need that space for storage? Or
Yeah.
we're just filling it up with some stuff to fill it up?
Yeah, we actually condensed a lot of our items that we store from West Broad, and also we were renting a warehouse, I believe it was 20,000 square feet. So we've gone through and kind of liquidated, stuff that we don't need to store, and those are the remaining areas where we really don't have, any place to store anything left in the district.
So I know that you just answered this question, but I'm just going to pretend like I can ask it a different way. If the board said, can you please practice magic and come up with some other space in the district to house some of this stuff, could you do that? Could you make our dreams come true?
To house the storage?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at this point, what's that? Well, we would have to rent something, or we did do some plans to expand the existing warehouse.
Okay,
So there's a potential for that there.
thank you.
The challenge with the fifth grade wing is it's probably the worst condition of the entire building. That's where we have the plumbing that has rotted out below the ground, and you have to dig up slabs and replace everything in order to kind of bring that back. So
Where's the camera so I can look into it and ask you if the commissioners gave us some money to do that, it would be feasible?
we'd have to review
Okay.
whatever. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, people really like that building for a library, so that won't go away. Okay.
I guess the one thing to note to kind of keep in the back of your mind is that the Eastham School was proposed on this site. So if we do something different long-term, we will have to purchase additional property if the need arises to build the Eastham School. So currently, this is a 15-acre site that we can put a brand-new school on if need be, if the population increases and the students increase, so.
Going back to the next part, but the dream of the library, would it be feasible if all things worked out that there could be a library housed there? Or on that land, on some of the acres? Acreage?
It depends on the size of the school, because like I said, DOE, our minimum school site, if we build new, is 15 to 20 acres for an elementary school. And so that takes up parking, parking spaces, playground, things like that. So it would be some creative site planning to be able to accommodate that.
Doesn't sound like a no. I do have one question. I thought of one while you were talking. So on it should be like an easy one. So on the ESPLOST 6 proposed budget, in those numbers, because it's come up before, are there buffers for like materials costs? Because since COVID, shipping and material prices have.
Yeah, these are just budget numbers. So until we bid it, we don't know what the actual cost. This is based on historical data.
Okay.
Our largest project that we most recently did was Hillsman, which was 2 to 3 years ago. So that's all pre-pandemic, and so this is kind of our best guess looking forward. If the project's coming higher, you either A, have to reduce the program scope, or you increase the budget, but that means some of the items later on may not get fully funded. So it's kind of priority-wise as you go along. And what we've done in the past is we want to go in once, we want to do it correct, and then be done so we don't have to go back for 20 years. So that's instead of trying to do little piecemeal projects here and there, that's the approach we've taken.
But the practice is not to pull one of the other items off the list, just to make sure that something else happens.
Well, anything that's further down the priority list, yes, money may not be available for it. Now, we haven't accounted for additional revenue that we collect, so that does give us a little bit of fluff if we run into overages, but typically if it's, you know, that's why we just kind of list the tier 1 projects that are the kind of the major projects we want to hope to get to in this SPLOST 6.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I had a question about the field house, and this may have been answered or told to us earlier when we were talking about it, but is the field house specifically for football, or is it for?
It's for all sports. The lower level, the weightlifting area and all is for the football team. There's a football JV and varsity locker room. It can be utilized by other sports, you know, not during the fall season. Upstairs area has locker rooms for other sports, female sports as well. So that it was, you know, built with other sports being able to use it other than football.
Okay. And so the weight room is specific to football, or it could be used?
I think typically that one is used for the football, and basically sports teams, I think, use that. We will have a full another weight room that they're currently using, which will be available to the regular student gym classes.
Thank you.
So I think you triggered a thought about Title IX, and I remember some conversations with some community members about that. And so, did we have one class where I can't remember which sport it was, but it was all girls, and they were in the ROTC building or something for their activities? Have we remedied that situation?
I'm not sure of that. In this plan, the two changing areas, locker rooms upstairs are for female sports. Okay. So I think in the fall, I believe, or in the spring it's soccer, but in the fall, you know, there's some of the other sports, or track and field, may be able to use them as well. So, and I don't know about as far as utilizing the old gym. I know ROTC practices in the old gym and they utilize that. I think in their overall SPLOST 6 planning, they are asking for an ancillary building for ROTC programs, similar to what Clark Central has, where they have their kind of own separate building. So we're looking into that.
That would be really good. I think, and I'll have to go back and see if I can find those notes, but yeah, definitely. That has been a concern that was expressed in terms of shared spaces with programs that are so divergent, and so that makes it challenging. This is getting better all the time. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. That's later on the agenda. Yep.
Okay. We'll move forward with the charter system renewal update?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we do one more quick thing? When will we get our tour of the building? Yes.
So I can work with Dr. Anderson and Dr. Gant, and we can schedule a time for the board. I would imagine there would have to be multiple times that we can schedule, because I would imagine all 9 of you don't need to come at the same time. But I'll get with Dr. Gant and Dr. Anderson, and we'll come up with a schedule.
I believe we can just do a tour, but I will check with the attorney and I'll see how we can do that. But thank you.
Okay, yeah. Mr. Gilbert had mentioned that, so that would be wonderful. Yep, thank you.
Yeah, that's what people are telling us.
All right, good evening again, Madam President, Mr. Gaskins. Mr. Nobles and myself are here tonight to present to you an update around our charter system application renewal. And so tonight we will give you all details around the alignment of this initiative to our strategic plan, as well as the steps we have taken to ensure we had maximum input from our community, our Board of Education, our local school governance teams, and school leadership in developing the initiatives we will discuss tonight in our charter system application renewal. So I am actually going to start by doing some leadership capacity building and passing the mic over to my colleague here, Mr. Nobles, who will begin the presentation, and I'll come in at the end. Mr. Nobles, the floor is yours.
Must admit, I'm not too good with this thing. Let's see how. All right, so with our strategic plan for my particular department is to engage family and community members and civic organizations as active partners. Our objective within that plan is to maximize school governance and flexibility to promote and support improved student outcomes. So the three initiatives in that, one being to develop a comprehensive governance training program for all local school governance teams, our LSGTs. Coming up soon at the end of this month on the 22nd, we'll have our LSGT University, the spring edition. We had one in the fall. So during this time, we'll be going over essentially some of the stuff that we're going over with you guys tonight, letting them know where we are in the contract renewal process, letting them know where we're headed for the future with our contract renewal, some of the things that we're looking to implement, some of the things that we're changing that will grow and benefit our students and the communities around our schools that the LSGTs essentially serve. Second, to establish a district innovation and flexibility request and review process. Dr. Harris will go into greater detail about that particular initiative, but before this, there wasn't anything in place for our schools or the communities around them to, possibly review or waive any policy. We know we were granted that permission from the state, being a charter system, but there wasn't anything in particular in place, and we've been working diligently to get that in place and just try to get our principals and our school leaders in the mindset of using innovative and thinking innovatively to address some of their school needs and community needs. Third is to engage local school governance teams in district initiatives and programs. So we're definitely going to get more into that when we speak on the innovations that we're proposing for the district moving forward, but there's so many things that we've encountered or that we've learned through this process, working with our community constituents, working with different groups and making sure that everyone's input has been involved in this process. It's such a growing process, but I can't wait till we show you guys some of the things we're proposing to be an innovation moving forward for our charter contract. So to kind of catch you up for where we were to where we are now, in August, we reviewed all the contract materials and documents. September is when we first presented in front of you guys. We submitted the letter of intent to DOE, but, okay, so yeah, that was September. Man, it felt like that was a little before that. So in October is when we received that letter of intent back, the board resolution that you guys voted on and passed. From October really to December, we spent that time to meet with all of our different groups and organizations. We sent an invitation to all of you. We met with, I think, 2 or 3 of you to get your input on some innovative ideas that you possibly had that we could use moving forward as a district to help put our students in the best position to be successful. We met with we met with so many groups. We met with nonprofit organizations. We met with all of our principals. They shared that information down to their LSGTs, so that provided us an opportunity to meet with community members, teachers, and all of our neighborhood leaders through that process. We met with our, public safety. Met with public safety. We had judges, met with lawyers, met with police officers who sat on that board to just kind of engage everyone to make this more of a collective decision moving forward with the work that we were looking to do. We didn't want this to be something that we created in-house, or we didn't want this to be something that was just a district initiative. We wanted everyone's input in that entire process. And that brings us to our presentation for you guys here tonight in February. But just to update you on the entire process, we are still on task with the timeline that we set with Lynn Plunkett, our consultant who's over the Charter System Foundation for our division, rather. But we're still on pace. We're still up to par with our timeline. See, I jumped ahead before it was time. So now I'm going to let Mr. Harris speak to the innovative ideas that we're proposing for our contract.
Thank you, Mr. Nobles. And I hope you all hear that, part of the importance to us was to seek community input. So the work that Mr. Nobles and Ms. Felgenhauer did and have done between that November to January timeline, really meeting with small focus groups, really asking them some questions around not just what would you like to see from CCSD, but what have been some of the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats we've seen? What are they seeing when we look at youth development? What are they seeing as opportunities when we think social emotional learning, thinking mental health? We, of course, wanted to show them our strategic plan. What comes to mind when you see the initiatives in our strategic plan? What do you like? What are things that are connected to your work? So I just appreciate their work and the intentionality around it. It was also a great way to continue to build connections with our local community and involve them in our work so they could see those direct connections. So we do have 8 proposed innovative features. What I do want to stress here tonight is that this is a draft part of the plan. So these are not final features. Part of the timeline that Mr. Nobles was discussing is our next steps are going to be we have to have a visit by the state. First, our contractor has to look at these to provide input, so she'll provide revisions. She will help us to expand or narrow our thinking in some of these areas, and then from there, we will present it to the State Department of Education or send them that application, and they will provide feedback. And so they'll send a team virtually. I realize I'm on the last slide, so I'll kind of go last and then go forward. But I think this is important to understand the timeline. They will send a team virtually who will talk to us about our previous contract. They'll ask us what went well, what did not go so well. What are the challenges you all experienced in your first 5 years as a charter, or 6 years because we expanded it, first 6 years as a charter system. We have spoken with our contacts at the state. It's fairly regular practice in any renewal. They just want to come in and help to make sure that we are even more successful in this iteration. And so the idea is not to be so specific. That was some feedback we got from our previous contract, that while it was good and our state was kind of new to this charter system work, you want to basically identify broad areas you want to you want to address. And from there, you would develop initiatives around that. So not locking ourselves into, we're going to do this exact thing in the contract, because things may change. And as we know, our world changes, and those initiatives may have to change along with it. But once it's in our contract, it's in our contract. So she did stress the importance of being broad, but still specific in areas. So I'm going to go backwards and then back forward. So the first initiative, and Mr. Nobles touched on this, and I do want to actually talk a little bit about some of how that data disaggregation happened. We did start with basically collecting all of this feedback from the surveys, from our time with some of the board members who attended those input sessions, from LSGTs. It actually reminded me of the work Dr. Anderson did from y'all's listening session. Basically had to do some coding and figure out what are those themes that appeared. So we got really broad buckets. I think it was in the 40s, maybe around 48. Kind of larger areas. Our contractor would really love us to get down to around 6 to 8 of these. So we maxed it out at the 2-8, as you can see. And so we took that data, created those sub-themes, and out of that, that's how we got to this area. So the first is that we're going to use broad flexibility to create innovative practices that address the needs of the birth to 4 years and that provide access to early learning opportunities, social and emotional support to children and families, and parent involvement support. So the idea from this one, I know it's a bit wordy, is mainly that we are going to address the needs of our birth to 4 students and families, ensuring that we are providing resources to support parents as they look at how their children are developing socially and emotionally. We're going to increase parental involvement in that birth to 4 age range, and that's where those innovative practices will come in. I'll give you some examples of some of the things we heard from our community members around pushing resources into neighborhoods, working with families, even at their places of employment, to provide resources where we can partner with employers for that understanding around how important that kind of lap time, phonetics, reading with their children are, working on with our literacy specialists to provide programs in our community centers in collaboration with community organizations, helping parents in parenting classes. We did hear a lot around not telling parents how to parent, because we can't tell you how to parent, because that's the job of the parent, how they want to raise their child, but helping to give strategies around healthy child rearing, things they can look out for, access to resources, whether it's healthcare, dental, helping them just understand what's out there. So a lot was really captured in here, and we do have some examples that we can also share with the board. Number 2 was to implement a comprehensive and aligned career exploration and life skills programming to all K-12 CCSD students. This came up a lot. There's a feeling that there's a need to address life skills gaps for students to ensure that when our students graduate from high school, they're college and career ready, but they're also life ready, and they know things came up such as check writing what are loans, budgeting, financial literacy, those life skills. I believe one of the participants, I remember her saying that basically the line of the things we said when we graduated, saying, I wish I would have known, those things that are more life skill development, leases and apartments, just life skills. So some ideas came out of that, but really starting as early as kindergarten. So how do we build a comprehensive K-12 life skills development coursework? Number 3 was a district-wide parental involvement program that equips parents with research-based strategies that support their students' mental and academic development. This really came from most of our parent groups as well as with our neighborhood leaders, just talking about what they were seeing in some of the communities and the need to, again, pour in resources, mental health resources into our neighborhoods, where, and I think I heard an example where we're not asking them to always come to us for the services, but they can have the services right there in their community, in their neighborhood. I believe one of the meetings with a member of the Board of Education, as well as some of our mental health providers in town, also talked about ideas where you have counselors and different mental health support personnel who are available in neighborhoods, in our community centers, at our faith-based institutions like our churches and our mosques and our temples. So really pushing out our services, not always expecting them to come to us. So that was where that idea came from. Number 4 is to implement a multi-tiered waiver and flexibility system that utilizes innovation at the school and district level to drive scalable innovation. So I know it's a lot of words, but the way I'll break it down is basically we need a process by which we waive certain laws that are holding us back from being able to do what we know is best for children. That's the whole purpose of being a charter system. So as we've explored some of the other charter systems and how they have put into place a broad flexibility waiver process that is able to not just be exercised at the school level, but also at the central office that allows people to better serve students. The recommendation was that we get a process in place here in CCSD, and that process would involve the Board of Education. And so Mr. Nobles has worked really diligently to help build out a really solid 3-tier system or multi-tier system that we'll be bringing before the board in a couple of months once we get everything approved through the state. But it's in a really exciting way to just not approve waivers and flexibility, but also to measure their impact. So it's based off a logic model form. What are the things we're gonna do, those inputs or those activities, and what outcome are we expecting to see? And so then we can measure the impact of waiving certain laws. So we're not just waiving at random, we're waiving with purposeful intention, knowing that this should lead to this outcome. So it's he's gone to several districts, but I think we ultimately landed on the one that he's kind of building out because it seems like it'll be best for a district our size. Number 5 is to continue our positive behavior initiatives across all CCSD schools. We are a PBIS district. We have been rolling out positive behavior intervention strategies in our schools. We have our PBIS schools. And so we really want to continue to focus in on that wraparound services for all our students to decrease absenteeism and increase the amount of hours children are in class and seats. Number 6, implementation of whole child strategies, including social and emotional supports for all students. As we know, there's a focus on academics. We also want to make sure our students are also being addressed for other needs they may have, whether that's physical health, nutrition, mental health. And so really addressing the whole child model, which we have slowly started kind of tiptoe into with our community school strategy. Number 7, expand early college advancement opportunities for middle and high school students. Excuse me, this is to increase the amount of some of the things we heard, high school and advanced coursework available for middle school students. Option B, for those not familiar, Option B is an opportunity for high school students to earn their associate's degree while in high school. And so they can earn their associate's degree and high school diploma simultaneously. That's become very popular around the state, especially when students know they want to enter certain fields such as healthcare, manufacturing. The list goes on, Microsoft, TIAA. So if you want to be certified in computers. And so expanding those opportunities for students so our students know that they can graduate high school with a college degree and a high school diploma, which then also saves them time on the back end if they do decide to pursue a 4-year degree, or they can go straight to work. This also includes dual enrollment, advanced coursework such as AP classes. And then the last is required in our contract because we do have a college and career academy. The state does require that we have it listed in our contract as an innovation because college and career academies are considered innovations in the state of Georgia. So it is to continue to bolster the programming at the career academy in collaboration with Athens Tech and the business community. It's a simple line, but it basically says we're going to continue to have a career academy and we'll continue to bolster those efforts. So I will go back to our timeline, and then I'll flip back to the innovations, because I'm sure that's where most of the questions will be. So again, we are in February. We are finalizing the application components, really looking at our innovations, working with our contractor. We'll be getting with her in the next couple weeks for some feedback. She was a superintendent in a charter system before being hired as a state contractor for our region, so she's very knowledgeable about the impacts of these contracts. From there, we'll send it to the Board of Education at the state in March, the application itself. The team from the Department of Ed, again, will conduct their virtual site visits in March. Then our contract will be on the agenda for approval by the state in April, with goals that they would either approve it at their April or May meeting. Depends which one they slate us for. And then it should be approved in time for us to have a 5-year contract July 1, which means we meet our deadline of having an approved contract by FY23. So that concludes the presentation. Very happy to accept questions, and I can already see there's going to be some, so we are happy to accept them.
Okay. So I know one of the requirements is for us to have an advisory committee. My first question is there still an active charter advisory committee?
There's not an active advisory committee, but Mr. Nobles and I actually just met last week to get it back going. They did meet with an advisory committee in December.
Yes.
December to start it back up, and so now we're just trying to get everything back in place for that, yes.
Okay, and then I just want to read something and then make a statement, and there's some questions added in there. So this says the General Assembly, in regards to the Charter System Act, General Assembly finds that schools and school systems should be given high flexibility to tailor their educational programs, emphasis on educational programs, to meet the unique needs of their communities. In furtherance of this, schools and school systems should be encouraged to use innovative educational programs, including local management of schools, and should be provided resources to help design, and I'm assuming that's coming from the state, those resources, help to design and implement innovative programs. The General Assembly further finds that schools and school systems shall be held accountable for student achievement. So my question is not for y'all, but just for the district to think about as a whole. Are we using the flexibility granted to tailor educational programs to meet unique needs of our community? Are we using innovative educational programs, including local management in schools, and accessing the resources that are put in place to help us design and implement innovative programs? Are we holding ourselves accountable for student achievement? And if the answer is no to any of those questions, I'm just gonna say we should probably go with the status quo route, because we are not currently using any of the flexibility that we have to improve outcomes for students. So if the goal is, and I like innovations, but if not for y'all, just the district as a whole, if we are going to be innovative about education and have absolute flexibility to do so, I think that is the direction that we need to be intentional about moving forward in.
Thank you.
I do have another question. So prior to submitting the petition, and I know there's a list of things, and it sounds like y'all have done most of them, but I just want to run through them because there's a couple of things on here. So adopt a resolution approving the proposed charter system petition. Looks like we've done that. And if we've already done these things, just please remind me. Conduct at least 2 public hearings and provide notice of the hearings in the same manner as other hearings, or like how we do board meetings. And send a notice to each principal within the local school system of those hearings with instructions that each school shall distribute a notice to faculty, instructional staff members, and other parent or guardians of each student enrolled at the school. Have we done that part?
We have not, but we need to look into that. Can you tell me where you're finding that information?
On the Georgia Department of Education website.
Under the charter renewal or the initial charter?
Both.
Okay.
So
We'll look
from
into that.
2010 and 20.
Okay, we'll look into that.
one quick question. You said you have a contractor working with you on developing the charter application?
Yes, we call her a contractor, but she's, yeah, like a partner in work.
I'm sorry, what now?
She's assigned to us by the DOE. So
Okay.
the DOE pays her and they assign, she's over the Northeast Georgia region, and then there's
Right.
another one assigned to Northwest. And so, yeah, we call her a contractor.
And so she works for the DOE, right? And so,
Mhm.
so they are the ones who are shaping our application somewhat, right? Based on what they understand the requirements to be, or
Not really,
how is that
no.
working? Okay, then,
She's mainly just a coach to check that we're doing it the right way and that we stay on track to get, that we're in compliance with the law and we have a application ready to submit to the state by the deadline. So she's not, her input is usually made, like a good example, there was a lot more text here prior. So we had pages of text, and her first thing was, that's not what the State Department of Education is going to want to see. They're going to want to know, what are you all focusing in on as a community, as a school system? So you need to balance out being specific and broad. So they're not driving, she didn't give us any of the initiatives. She just simply almost, I guess, spell checks, make sure we're doing it the right way. This is our first renewal, so that we're doing it right.
I heard you talk about local management and those requirements, and I've read those before too. What does it mean? Do we know what local management of a school means? I know we have our local school governance teams, and I know we had some changes in some law that gave them much more authority than they had when we first started this role. But do we know what that local management means, and are we addressing that?
I do not know what that means.
Yeah, and it may be something not appropriate for the application itself unless it requires us to do something differently. But I'm just trying to get a sense of where our communication is with our local schools in terms of their authority to be innovative, I guess is kind of where my head lives.
Yes, and that's part of why we're excited about step 4, or number 4, is that it is going to provide that avenue for further school level innovation.
Right.
So right now, most of the innovation sits with the LSGT, and something we talked about in November or October was the LSGT is one of the vehicles by which we're addressing our student achievement gaps. However, we need to expand that to be more school-wide and district-wide. So I think that's why Mr. Nobles and I are excited about number 4 and having a process where teachers and staff, whether it's student support, so whether our social workers see some needs for flexibility to better serve our students. There's just many other ways we could be exercising flexibility. And I do want to address your previous question. So something that does come to mind with local management is part of what's in our charter contract and in the bylaws is that really what being a charter system beyond the student achievement piece, what we're doing is many of the authorities granted to the superintendent is being delved out into that local school governance team. And so that management that normally sits centralized at the central office is that authority is being granted to these teams to now be able to oversee, such as when it comes to operations, the selection and input of a principal, some of the budget implications of facilities with school buildings. So some of that management is no longer just sitting at the top. It is now delved out to all 21 of our teams to now oversee. So I don't know if that addresses the local management that's in the law, but that is in our bylaws and it's in our contract.
So how does the, gosh, I had that wonderful question. It's like, I've been waiting for this. With the local school governance teams, with the, again, giving more leverage to them to come up with the innovative things, I guess not tonight, but at some point I really would like to see if we would be in a different space had we not been a charter system. So are we going through all of this to get these waivers if we absolutely have not improved the outcome for our students? So I kind of live with Karina on that, and since I'm here longer, you live with me on that. So that really is a big challenge, and I know you guys are doing a phenomenal job. And then how does our charter system align with the community schools initiatives that we're trying to also implement? Because I think that has implications not only for our building, but certainly for our budget. And so I would love for us to see a marriage between those initiatives and what we're doing to support the charter schools. That's not tonight, but yeah.
We actually, I think, have a community school update meeting later this spring.
Super.
I got one more. It's not a question, it's just a charge to the district. So the General Assembly also says that this act, so the Charter System Act, shall be known and may be cited as First Priority Act, helping turn around schools, put students first. And I just want to just challenge the district to really think through if we're putting students first. This is a lot of work going through a charter application and then being approved as a charter district with a ton of flexibility. It would be nice if we would use it for the benefit of these children, of all of our children, the future of Athens. We need to go ahead and get right.
So my question was going to be around, there's a couple of these features that really, really appealed to me. Number 1 and number 4 specifically. When we went to GSBA, there were a lot of presentations that reflected these two features. And they kind of piggybacked off of each other. And so I wonder, when you're thinking through these features, do you have any thoughts, and are you planning on creating some sort of system within where the local schools can get a better understanding of what it really means to kind of think outside of the box and use these waivers and be incredibly innovative? Is there going to be a process embedded into this where they have that opportunity to get that information?
Yes, between me and Mr. Nolan, we're both about to jump in because this is what we talk about all the time, so you could literally have been in the office with us. Yes, that's our goal. Our goal is, right now we're using our LGTs are the vehicles by which that innovation occurs. However, we want to embed it into more of our systems, right? And so how do our teachers give input around how they can innovate in their classrooms, how they can develop certain interventions that help to address the need they're seeing in the classrooms for individualized students. And it's interesting because 1 and 4 were 2 we wrestled with as well about similar language, but we also wanted to honor the amount of people who discussed the need for that birth to 4 being its own thing that is happening in our community, that there needs to be a focus around. How do we support our parents and our community around that? So we split it into 2. But yes, the process that he's working on, that multi-tier system, it truly embeds the entire system, including the Board of Education, our school leadership team, our district leadership team, our school staff, school operations, custodial, transportation. So yeah, similar to, and I'd be curious what systems were at GSBA, because number 4, which came from an evaluation of those charter systems and seeing the positive impacts they had just by having a process where all staff and stakeholders had an opportunity to give input. So yes, number 4 we're particularly excited about. We actually talked about that today as well. I didn't know if you want to add anything.
Essentially said it all, but all of the work that we're doing and the things we're trying to put into place is to make sure that our school leadership and district leadership understands the opportunity that is truly in front of us by maximizing this flexibility. Number 4 provides the outlet or provides the vehicle for which we can move through and to waive certain policies and to strengthen, our local schools. And when you talk about the local, I can't remember the words you used earlier, Ms. Davis. You asked about the local management. For us, being a charter system provides the outlet that we talk about so much within these meetings. It allows that school's community and that school to focus on the needs of that particular school without having to be uniform with all of the other schools who may have a different makeup as far as the parents there or the communities or the neighborhoods around it. They're able to focus on centralized needs. So number 4 provides the opportunity to be more focused for that centralized needs. It provides more autonomy, and ultimately, we feel or we know it will align with student success moving forward.
Can I follow up with that one statement? Oh, I'm sorry, did you? Okay. It kind of makes me think of when you talk about that innovation piece, not just in the classroom, but as a whole school. So I would imagine a school deciding possibly to just turn the curriculum on its head and say, we're not going to do this the standard curriculum anymore. Is there an opportunity for that, or is there still a parameter with which they must continue to function, but then think creatively outside of that box?
So there are parameters. So right now, our authority matrix does provide local school governance teams with input into the adoption of curriculum materials, and Mr. Gaskins will probably be better to speak to that piece, but they do have input. So when we do curriculum adoption, and I'm looking at Mr. Gaskins as he could speak to this, they are given input.
So you are correct. So there is a process that LSGTs can have input into the curriculum adoptions. We train LSGTs every year with around the flexibility that they have. So in the session that I lead around curriculum, we talk about curriculum adoption, which is like every 3 to 4 years. But what we also tell our LSGT members is that there's always supplemental curriculum that schools can adopt. So if there is something above and beyond that you think that your school needs, that is a broad flexibility that the LSGT has that is specific to their school. So for example, we met with all of our elementary schools last week. And one of the things that have come out of the LSGTs in the schools is a phonics program. And so instead of us saying this is the phonics program that every single school will use, these principals working with teachers and working with their LSGT has said to us, this is the phonics program that we think works well for our school, and this is what we want to use our money for, and that's something that we support and approve.
So I'm going to roll back before we went to our charter system when we were still under the status quo. We have a transient rate at that time of 600 kids in our community in the elementary schools, right? And part of the challenge with those kids being so, I'm at this school this week and next month I'm somewhere else, was they were always having to start over. That was the whole impetus behind us getting to a standard curriculum path for the grades, right? Because we were constantly throwing children behind. With this autonomy, are we at least making sure that the standards are the same across every school?
Yes, ma'am. So the standards don't change. So the curriculum resources, they should support the standards. And so as we present our curriculum scope and sequence to our schools, we have clearly laid out these are the standards that should be taught, and this is the scope and sequence in which they should be taught. And then the curriculum supports that. And sometimes, not sometimes, there are instances when the curriculum does not support the standard directly, where the teachers have the autonomy to provide that supplement, and we try to identify that early for them, so teachers are not teaching things that kids don't need because they're, married to the resource. But the way that we do our scope and sequence, that is an expectation that you teach these standards in this order at this time. So by the end of the year, students are ready to matriculate to the next grade and not have missed any standards that will be reintroduced or spiraled once they are promoted.
I don't want us to repeat that study because we deviated from the plan. I'd like to see those results as opposed to, and if that's not working, then yeah, throw the whole thing over and start over, throw it out and start over. But I would like to see us have some continuity from the 5th grade at one school to the 5th grade at another school.
Okay, my very last thing, and then we move on to organizational charts. I don't want it to be lost that LSGTs are not the only thing that makes us a charter district. I think it would be helpful if we don't go back down that path of just highlighting LSGTs and LSGT work. But there's a lot of responsibility on the district, which I think in the last 6 years of a 5-year plan, we have not fulfilled. The last meeting I went to, we didn't fulfill anything except for designing LSGTs and coming up with a potential plan. So if we could really put more emphasis on the responsibility of the district when it comes to innovation, when it comes to use of flexibility. I think that will be most helpful in making sure that we have the transformation that we are hoping to see, because relying on LSGTs with their small pot of money per school does not make the greater change that I think we all here want to see for our district. So each department in the district, there's flexibility for everything in our district, but each department using that flexibility to meet the needs of our students, I think is very important, and not, like, can we move away from highlighting LSGTs, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that triggered another thought, and I promise this is my last one. This is a lot for a principal to absorb. It's a lot for the teachers to absorb as we go through these changes. And so I want to make sure that as we move into these initiatives, and I was looking specifically for that one that really talks about building the support network around implementing these initiatives, so that we take some of that burden off of people that we're going to hold accountable for it, but give them the supports that they need to make it happen. I would love to see us devote that. And so it comes to mind that, and again, I don't apologize for my age. I retired after 38 years. But the reality is I have gone through changes where we just had to flip the card. And so what we thought worked didn't work. And so what used to be a tiered top-down thing really did become more of a collaborative thing. And then the responsibilities changed to give everybody a chance for success. I'm not seeing any of that so far. So I'm hoping that as we look at what does it really take to effectively run a school with 800 kids and meet all of these objectives that we have, what does that structure look like? How do we redo the jobs? And so, I mean, I'm all in favor of time and motion studies to actually determine that, because we may not know, and we might, I'll invite you to read The Elephant and the Giraffe by Roosevelt Thomas, when he talks about trying to make a change, and you invite an elephant into a giraffe's house. You know, everything is made for the elephant or the giraffe, and then whichever one is coming in is so different that they destroy things as they walk through. So maybe we can take a look at what does it really take to get to where we want to be, and making sure that all of our children have that path forward for success. I want to applaud the work that you guys are doing. I get so excited when I see what's happening out of your organization now with the community engagement. To have you have that focus is one of those changes that we've already been through. And I think we see the value in that, much more so than when it was on paper. So again, I applaud you, and I would appreciate seeing more of that happening in our everyday environment. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
We're going to move forward. Thank you so much for those updates, Dr. Harris and Mr. Nobles. We're going to move forward with discussion of our organizational chart. Mr. Gaskins, if you can just sort of start us off. I know that was shared with us or was posted. Is there any additional just overview or information you want to provide at this time?
We weren't really sure where you wanted us to go with the overview,
Okay.
so I think if we just take questions, that would be
Okay.
appropriate.
Did you receive any specific questions from, okay.
No.
Yep, the floor is open.
Thank you for sharing the org charts. I really appreciate that. It's very, very helpful to see all the ladders or whatever. So my main question is, under the Instructional Services Division, I was actually having a conversation with a fellow board member about this and realized that I don't have the history of this structure of having these executive director of leadership development roles that are right on top of the schools. Could you walk me through what that's all about? And if you all view it as an effective structure in this org chart?
Sure. So prior to me arriving here in the district, we had 2 executive directors of leadership development. One was secondary and the other was elementary. And they also supervised some of our curriculum, teaching and learning departments. However, they were coaches. They coached the principals. However, they were not evaluators. The superintendent evaluated superintendent evaluated all 21 principals. So some of the feedback that we got, and this is going back in history with our work with the University of Virginia and our turnaround program, is that our principals, and they shared this with us, they were not getting immediate feedback to grow, and they saw that the evaluation was really just a one snapshot in time. And so about 2 years ago, we changed some of the roles of the executive director of leadership development to directly coach and evaluate our principals. So in that time, we also learned that the individual who was evaluating the elementary schools, that it was too many principals for that individual to be in schools every day or be in schools weekly to provide support to that individual. So really their role is to support and evaluate the principal. They also work with the assistant principal and the instructional coaches in that building. And then they plan all of the professional learning in concert with me and the teaching and learning department for our principals, our assistant principals, and our instructional coaches.
Did you have more questions? Okay. Mine is somewhat related to that, but it's more under the instructional services division. Are these executive directors of leadership development, but also the director of counseling, which I thought was interesting under academics versus student support. But I guess my overall question really is, all the principals then fall under instructional services, and so do these executive directors of leadership. However, the principals are responsible for more than just the academics of the schools, and so to have them under any one branch, I feel like is, I don't know, confusing, maybe is the word. I'm not sure what my question is, but it seems that then they are kind of in one area when they really should be in all areas. Does that make sense?
In their job description, one of the bullets is that they meet regularly with key personnel throughout the district. So we work very cross-functionally. I would say that every cabinet member would say that they work daily with our executive directors of leadership development. We just had a transportation issue that we resolved. All of those executive directors came to give their school perspective as we found a solution for transportation. 2 of those individuals were principals within our district, so they have some context of our district, sometimes more context than we have as cabinet members, and one was a successful principal from a neighboring district. So their responsibility is to work cross-functionally with all of our divisions as they support principals. Now, the one thing, and being a principal myself, is that it is very hard if you have a school issue to call each and every department. So this executive director, my expectation is the principal should be able to call you, and then you should be able to work through all of the different divisions and departments to find a resolution for them, because their responsibility is to be observing teachers and providing the vision, the academic vision for their school. And then I would also say, I'm sorry, Ms. Hall, I see your hand. I would also say, just related to our director of school counseling. So our school counseling director. She has really two roles, and Dr. Watley and I meet every other Friday to kind of, because our departments cross very much all the time. One of the main roles, and I think this is a misconception, is our school counselors, their focus is career and college readiness, which lives in academics, but there's also the SEL that lives with Dr. Watley. So Dr. Watley and I meet very regularly where those things cross, so there's not any gaps in the support that she gives schools.
My question was about that, so I'm still trying to process that, because I did have a question about why the director of counseling wasn't under student support, so I'm just processing your answer.
Ms. Gallagher?
Okay. So on a couple of the organizational charts, there's an executive director and then a coordinator. But two in particular that I'm not very clear on. So under instructional services, it says Director of Federal Programs and then Program Evaluation Coordinator. And I was just wondering, what is the difference in those responsibilities? And the other one, before you answer, the other one is under operations. I think it's under operations. And it is the executive director of school nutrition and then school nutrition coordinator. Like, I guess my question is, what is the difference in those roles that are so great that you need two positions?
So I can speak to the first one, and then I'll let Mr. Fisher speak to the second one, or I can speak to the second one too, Mr. Fisher. But okay, so for the Director of Federal Programs, that's Title I, Title II. I don't know if you all are familiar with Hope McGuire, who presented to us. She was over that, and then we've hired Donna Elder to be our new Executive Director of Federal Programs. The coordinator is the temporary position that we created with our CARES and ARPA funds. So that is a temporary position that is about $75 million. You all met Jamie Washington at the joint government meeting. So that is a 3-year position that individual is going to manage those funds, because we thought that was a lot of money. And then one of her major responsibilities, as she presented, is to ensure that we're using those funds to partner with our community. And I don't know if I can speak to the other coordinator position. I think that's something that we've always had. Mr. Fisher?
Yes, that position was sort of inherited, but it's also the number 2 position in nutrition. So it supports Paula Farmer if she's out. So that's the number 2 person in nutrition.
Okay, so this is less a question, just an observation. So the Human Services organizational chart, on there are bullets that actually that give an idea of what the responsibilities are of that position. And I'm just thinking, as a person who does referrals, that chart is easier for me to point someone to the correct person, but none of the other organizational charts, I would have to absolutely guess on who to send them to, mostly because there are so many positions. But if there were something similar, just for, like the bigger positions on like 1 or 2, maybe 3 bullets on what it is that they're responsible for, so that when not just me, but anyone from the community goes to our organizational charts, that can help other people understand who it is that they need to contact for what.
So noted. And I think we also had, or we created a who to call document that might be, I think might be a better tool to use. So I think we can do both. I think the more positions, it might be cumbersome, so we might have to hyperlink them, which I think is fine. But we do have a document that we've created, an internal document, and an external document for parents that they can see if they have a question about this, this is the person that they call with their name, their number, and their email address.
I wanted to circle back to, so the first questions that I had were for the HR org chart. These reflect the changes that you all have undergone based on your internal assessment that you did. So this is the final org chart based on that. Have you found that it has improved whatever it was that you were trying to improve?
I think that's a great question. We have just recently finalized our transition, so we're very early in the process of, moving to that particular structure. But as we go through this hiring season, I think that it will really have a good gauge of, is this working? Do we need to make some further revisions? The whole goal of moving to this structure is to make sure that we are increasing our support, customer service to our principals and other hiring managers, and making sure that they have one point of contact throughout that whole process. The initial feedback just over the past month has been very positive, but I think it's a little too early to tell.
And then I just had one last question, and then I'm done. So going back to the instructional services one, I'm still like hung up on this whole thing about the executive directors of leadership development, because I feel, oh, sorry, am I not, can nobody understand me? Oh, right, okay. It seems odd to me that there's a level of evaluation that the superintendent is not participating in with regards to the principals, and how disconnected then do the principals feel to their actual boss, right? And how then is information filtered up and down if there's this intermediary that may not have an incentive to filter information up? Right? So it just seems like that evaluative piece, all of the other aspects I feel like that makes sense, but that evaluative piece just seems very odd to me. From a governance standpoint, it doesn't seem to make very much sense. So I'm wondering, what was the logic behind that?
I mean, I can't speak for Dr. Thomas as the superintendent, but she oversees everyone's final evaluation. We meet very regularly with Dr. Thomas. She is aware of all of the performance needs of our principals. I would speak for principals, most principals, maybe not all principals. They appreciate this model because these individuals are in their buildings every single week, working side by side with them. They call them all the time. When I'm in the car in the morning, they get off the phone with me to call a principal that is having an issue or needs some advice. We're going to a school tomorrow because a principal wanted us to come. We're walking through his classrooms. We're giving him feedback on his 90-day plan. That is not something that if the superintendent was just the evaluator of the person, that the superintendent would have time to do. So, I mean, I would encourage, if it's appropriate, for the board to have conversations with the principals around this person that supports them. I would say that is mostly very positive.
And I think this is maybe more of a historical piece, Mr. Gaskins, and maybe even Dr. Blankenship. But when I look across instructional services, I know historically there's always this like up in the air, right? If counseling and those other supports, like where they belong, it sort of, shifts. But if I'm looking at this correctly under the instructional services organizational chart, what I see in that first level under the chief academic officer is that the primary difference as far as number of positions added, now I guess maybe titles may have changed, would be that executive director of leadership development, like a second one for elementary. And then maybe teaching and learning, so maybe two. I know like some of the concern, and I think we're sort of asking questions around it, is like, you know, there's this perception, or some, it could be reality, I don't know. I'm trying to like base it on the history of the district, that there are a lot of positions added at this particular level, at that executive director level. Am I understanding this correctly, that it is one or two positions over these past few years? I'm trying to go with the people who were in these positions 5 years ago when I was here. And I feel like we've always had someone at the secondary. We've all generally had someone at elementary, but it wasn't two, it was one.
And we added one, I believe, 2 years ago. Lynn Duke was still the HR person when we added that one.
Okay, and then we, of course, had the director of learning and federal programs and special education and counseling. The teaching and learning, how long have we had that?
We've always had those
Okay.
positions. I don't know
Okay.
if they've ever appeared on anyone's org chart, but we've always had those positions. So like the coordinator of world language, our coordinators of math, our coordinators of ELA, those positions have always existed. I don't know if they've ever appeared on an org chart or not.
And I'm talking like specifically like teaching and learning, because isn't there a director of teaching and
No,
learning?
there's not a director of teaching and learning.
Oh, okay,
So
okay.
that's just a category to show that all of those are a part of that.
So in essence, like how many positions would you say Mr. Gaskins or Dr. Blankenship have been like added at this particular executive
So I can
director level?
So one executive director position has
Okay.
been added. And then I can tell you that the director of research and data and the director of assessment and accountability, that used to be one position. And then that position had to be split because of a certification issue of the person that was in that position.
So we split a position because of a person? Never mind, I got another question.
That was before all of our time,
Okay.
but I just wanted to give the historical context of
Only
that.
in CCSD. Okay, so there are two positions on this instructional service ordinance. So the coordinator for virtual and extended learning, it says proposed, and then virtual learning facilitators, proposed two. Are those not funded? Are those not there, or?
It just proposed needs to come off. So we have Dana Sigmund, who's our coordinator of virtual learning, and then actually the virtual learning facilitators, that probably can come off. Those are the paraprofessionals that work in the building that support the students that are virtual, or they're in the building, but they support them virtually.
Okay. And for virtual learning, how many students do we currently have doing virtual learning that warrants us having a coordinator for virtual learning?
So there are, I think, 149 at our high school level, and then there's 60 or more at our middle school level.
Okay. And then my final question,
And I will say to that, I'm sorry to cut you off, that individual used to be an instructional technology specialist, and I have not filled that position to make room for this new position.
Okay, and just as a person looking at a massive organizational chart for instructional services and looking at our district data, I cannot say that any of these positions are improving outcomes for students because we do not have data or outcomes that say that. So how do all of these positions translate into student academic success?
So I would agree with that partially, because I think that at our mid-year data reviews that we did last week that I will present to you in March, we have seen an increase in data at probably 90% of our schools. Is it where we want it to be? No, not yet as it relates to proficiency, but we've had great data, double-digit gains of proficiency for our students in elementary, middle, and high school.
And then how does that, even with a small improvement, how does that improvement say that the improvement came from all of these executive directors? Because the teachers are doing the work.
Right, the teachers are doing the work led by their principals, and the people that work in this teaching and learning department, they work directly with our instructional coaches and with our teachers.
So I'm gonna say, yeah, it's important that how many teachers do we have?
2,500? How many teachers? 13, 1,400.
I'm sorry again?
13 to 1,400.
And so there's no way they can do the teaching and do the analysis and do the assessments and process the data. So I am totally in favor of having an administrative support staff to make sure that we can get the information that we need from the tools that we're implementing. I'm totally there. And I'm just not able to consciously see how that question can be answered by looking at an org chart. I'm not able to see that. I would need to have more information about the responsibilities here, but I also want to understand where we want to go.
And I will say one thing that we can contribute is that we've had a lot, in the past, a lot of turnover in our school leaders, our principals and our assistant principals. In the last 2 years, we have not had a lot of turnover when it comes to our leaders. Our leaders really do feel supported. And at one time, and I know Dr. Maddox is very passionate about this, because these executive directors work with our assistant principals, we have been able to promote from within and create an incubator for our assistant principals for the vacancies that we have. So our last schools that we filled, Fowler Drive was filled by a current assistant principal in our district that Dr. Jennifer Scott took under her wing and worked with her. And then Mr. Cedric Payne, who's at Timothy, was also a reluctant assistant principal that we worked with, and now he's the principal of Timothy Road Elementary. And also Reginald Thomas, who is our director of ACCA, all internal, all working with our EDs of leadership development, part of their duties and responsibilities to grow our own, and now those are leaders of buildings in our district.
That's helpful, thank you.
So I have a question about the executive director of leaderships, because these are what we're referring to as the principal supervisors. Do you have an articulated expectation of how often they're going to be in the building? Because I know I'm hearing that they're in there every day, but that's not what I've heard from the people actually in the school. So is there a no flex, but here is what the expectation is for you to be in this school X amount of times a week for X amount of periods, and how is that monitored by you?
Right, so I meet with the EDs of leadership development every Monday. So cabinet is Monday morning. I meet with them every afternoon from 1 to 4 o'clock. 2 times out of the month, I meet with them collectively, and we talk about schools in general. With other members of my team, another week, it's just the principal supervisors, and then the 4th week of the month, it's just a one-on-one. We have a tracker where we
A one-on-one with who? Because I don't want to get confused. A one-on-one with the principal supervisors? Who's your one-on-one?
Individually. I just meet with them individually. So usually it's as a team, and then one time out of the month, it's just a one-on-one with them, because I evaluate them. They do have a tracker for when they're visiting schools. Sometimes when they visit schools, it may not be visible to whomever else is at the school, because they might be visiting classrooms, they might be visiting a grade level meeting, or they might be just having a one-on-one meeting with the principal. Sometimes they, depending on the needs of the school, they're attending the principal coffee, like we have someone that is doing tomorrow to give feedback to the principal, or they might be attending a after hours event. And so they have a tracker, they share that tracker with me. Depending on the needs of the principal, I may say, you need to do less of this and more of this, based on what you're telling me that the principal needs. So I provide their coaching as they provide coaching to the principal and the assistant principals.
So not to advise you on modalities, but I'm a big believer in trust but verify. Is there a way that you're verifying so that we avoid a principal supervisor telling his boss or her boss what the boss wants to hear? Is there a way that you are able to verify that what they are reporting to you is actually what is going on in the school system? And can you tell me about that?
So tomorrow, one of our principal supervisors is leading the observation at the school. I'm going for the purpose of observing her and to see what feedback she's given to the principal and giving her feedback on that. Last week, our principals did their mid-years with the principals. I sat in their mid-years as they gave feedback to the principals, and I gave them feedback on their feedback to the principals. And then I attend all of our PLC, as we call our professional learning community meetings, where they are leading those, and then we debrief after all of those, and I give them feedback on that, and then I give them written commentary in their evaluations about things they need to improve and things that they're doing well.
What's the implementation?
Hold on
What
one
is
sec.
an implementation specialist?
The ELA implementation specialist? Are you looking at the instructional
Yeah.
services?
Yeah.
Okay, so we adopted a literacy program, I guess maybe 4 years ago before I got here. So that position was added to help with the implementation of the new curriculum. That position has stayed with us because literacy is a concern, as you know, in our district. So those individuals actually work with the instructional coaches, rolling out the ELA curriculum. So we have 2 ELA specialists. They have 7 schools apiece. And then our coordinator of ELA, because those implementation specialists are focused on elementary, the coordinator focuses on middle school, which has just adopted a resource, I think, a year or 2 ago.
So it doesn't say ELA, it just says implementation specialist.
So it's a 2 ELA, yes.
Okay, I got one more, but this is for the financial one. Okay, so under finance, on that one, so my first question is, where does the munis position go that we voted on? Also, each school has a bookkeeper for their own school budgets. Who do they report to?
The munis position is the ERP specialist, and the school bookkeepers report to their principal.
To the principal. And then that gets back to the finance department, or?
We don't oversee, I don't oversee them personally. We have 2 training sessions a year. We've got an internal auditor that provides them support throughout the year, but ultimately, those secretaries or bookkeeper roles at the schools report to the principals.
But in the really long budget, the one that we see, and it says it's got the school and then their money, that money doesn't come out of there?
Can you repeat the question?
So on the really long list of expenditures, and it's got each school, and then there's a dollar amount beside it. What the bookkeepers are keeping track of is not the same thing?
Part of that, yes. So I'm assuming when you're looking at cost centers, you're saying, okay, Fowler Drive, budget of X dollars. That's going to include salaries and benefits. It's going to include operational expenditures. It's also going to include their per pupil allotment. That per pupil allotment is what principals have access to the general fund wise. They also have their Fund 150 money, which gets dropped in from federal sources as well as general fund sources. They also have their principal accounts, which are more school level, drummed up and managed. And then they also have their LSGT funds, which is a completely separate pot that you wouldn't see in that line item.
But that doesn't go back to the finance department, is what you're telling me?
What do you mean it doesn't go back to us?
So it does, that was my original question. Do they report to someone, you said the principals, and so the money part doesn't get back to the finance department?
We
or it just stays
oversee
with
the entire
principal?
budget, and every single line item, every single penny that's spent at this district I can have access to, but that position itself reports to the principal.
And then the principal shares it with no one?
The principal shares what with nobody?
The information about the spending at the school?
So The principal would have oversight of their own budget,
Okay.
right? And on a monthly basis, their bookkeeper has a set prescribed number of reports that they have to run, sit down with the principal, go over those reports. One of them is a year-to-date budget report. So they're monitoring the expenditures throughout the year. All of those, I guess, packets, monthly check sheets, so to speak, get scanned, submitted to the central office. We've got an internal auditor that reviews all the expenditures before any check can get cut. There's a workflow in Munis so that internal auditor approves all the expenditures. She does all the receipts as well. So there is some integration between that secretary, bookkeeper level, and support from business services. But once again, I don't provide any annual review of them. They report directly to their principal.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Dykeman?
So I don't think it's a secret from this conversation and from other conversations we've had that there is a sense that there are a lot of positions in administration. And part of our job as a board, I really appreciate this conversation because our job as a board is to oversee, make sure that we're spending money wisely is one thing, but also making sure that our students are being served. So if these positions are actually necessary, then that's money that's well spent. And I wonder, is there a way, and I think Ms. Davis sort of asked this question also, like how do we know that this particular structure that we have is working for us? Is there a way to evaluate that? I know Dr. Blankenship was saying that in human resources there was there a consultant or an audit or something to determine whether or not this was the most effective way to run this part of the organization? Is that something that we do throughout the entire district? And if not, is it something that might be a good idea to do?
I believe that's a possibility. I think for all of the chiefs, including myself, we have phased out positions. I think I phased out at least 4 positions since my start in here because I did not believe that those positions were having the impact on our schools. So we've done some of that internally. I guess that's not present here of things that we've phased out, but I think that's a possibility of anything that we can do. We've had a lot of instructional technology positions in the past. Those have phased out over time because we've embedded that in everyone's work, not just isolated that work for individuals. And I think that the other thing that is not illuminated here as it relates to instructional services is that some of these are title federal funded positions, like our ESOP position, our CTAE positions. Those are positions that are federally funded that we have because we have that programming along with like gifted and advanced studies.
And I know we've been focusing a lot on instructional services, but I think that overall, I was thinking more about just the overall organization. And when we approve new job descriptions, just for me personally, whenever they're brought up, I think like, oh yes, you made a really good case for that. That sounds like a position we need. But without this overall organizational structure, it's hard to know how that fits it, that each position that comes up individually fits into the rest of it. So I am appreciative of this, and hopefully that will help us going forward.
Any additional questions before we move forward?
I got one more.
Go ahead.
So in the hypothetical world, where would, say, a statistician and an equity person who operates outside of all of these fit on an organizational chart?
So a statistician would probably fit with assessment and accountability.
Okay.
And then your second one was the equity?
An equity person.
That person, this is just my opinion. Dr. Thomas may have a different opinion. That person might report directly to the superintendent, or that person might report to Dr. Watley and student supports.
I was just going to say, in a variety of organizations, you're going to see a variety of reporting structures. And so reporting to the superintendent could be appropriate, reporting to Dr. Watley could be appropriate, reporting to HR could be appropriate. It's seen in those particular divisions in a variety of organizations.
So, sorry. I'm sleepy. All right, to go along with what Carol was saying, and it's not an immediate ask, but I would think it would be really helpful if not only could we see the organizational chart, but have a hyperlink to like the job description. So when they come up, we can say, oh, wait, what does this person do? And go and actually click it and read it. I think that would be very, very helpful. I don't know how detailed or how much that would take for you, Dr. Blankenship, but I would like that a lot.
I think that's a great idea. It's all about the time that you have and the priorities, and we've had a little bit we've been attending to lately, so just a little bit. But I do think for a long-term plan that's a great suggestion. You know, sometimes you see names on organizational charts. We chose to go without the names. There's no right or wrong way. It just takes a little more frequency of updating and having someone that can own that and attend to it on a frequent basis.
And if I could add to that, when we had this conversation, Dr. Blankenship actually created all of these. And our conversation was really about a graphic designer creating these so it's more visually appealing, and then they can give us feedback on things that you probably don't want to include or you should include. But I think the hyperlink is a great idea. I think this was Dr. Blankenship's attempt to say we need to have an org chart. Let me do my best at presenting this information. But I definitely think that we can take that feedback and improve it.
Thank you. I just want to say as we wrap up, thank you so much for creating this. I know that this has been like a topic of conversation. And as Dr. Dykeman mentioned, it's, part of course, our the person that we hold accountable is the superintendent, but then also us having a better understanding. And then I also know that there's, sometimes a public perception out there that there may be, this particular thing, but I think it's out there for people to see, and that's definitely a start. So I do want to, say thank you to you, Mr. Gaskins and Dr. Blankenship and whoever else helped, pull it together for putting it out there. All right, we are moving forward with personnel recommendations. It's 9 p.m. Oh, whoa, okay, I'm so sorry. Financial reports.
We can pass on the financial reports if you'd like.
Do y'all feel like we need a break? I mean, I know let's take a 5-minute break, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you and sorry to everybody here. All right, we are ready to start back. I think we're energized.
By which she goes about them
Ms. Hall has something that she would like to share with us. You said new business? Okay, we are going to, yeah, that was needed. We're going to try to continue pressing through. I do want to just mention we'll be trying out a few things. We do want to be sure that everyone can have access to our meetings. And so with our interpreters, they're sort of sharing some feedback. And we've just discussed a couple of other things. So to hopefully make the meetings a little bit more bearable. I'm blanking on my terms right now, but Mr. Schooneman.
Okay, we took a little bit different approach for the financial reports tonight. Rather than having several different financial reports flipping back and forth, we tried to streamline it and present it to you in a PowerPoint. So welcome to feedback. If you like this, just let me know if you don't like it and want to go back to the old method. Open to that as well. So overall, we're going to start with our revenues. we are slightly ahead of where we were at this point last year, sitting at 69.7% of our budgeted revenues compared to 68.6 collected at this time last year. And you can see that in that top graph. The yellow gold is what we've collected this year. The blue is where we were at last year. If you look at the bottom left graph, that is kind of tracking month to month. Where we planned on being is the blue line, and what we've actually collected is in gold below it. So you can see that when we're budgeting monthly, it appears as though we are actually in front of our budget and collecting money faster and quicker than anticipated. Overall, if we're projecting towards the end of the year, it looks like we'll probably collect roughly $1 million more than we had budgeted. And that is primarily due to TABT coming in much stronger than anticipated. For expenses, we're ahead of where we were. At this point last year, once again, we weren't face-to-face. We were remote last year. This year, expenditures are occurring on a much more typical cadence. When you're looking at a monthly budget, that bottom visual, the blue line where we anticipate to be on a monthly basis, you can see the gold fits nice and neat right below it, and that's really what I want to see when I'm looking at a monthly budget, that we are on track to spend less than our overall budget, which is there at the very end in June. Our fund balance, due to both strong revenue and us receiving it a little bit quicker than we did last year, as well as spending a little bit slower than we anticipated, both our cash and fund balance are above where we were at this point last year. And you can see both of those down below. The blue, prior year, gold is current year. And the fund balance, you can see that green line below is the threshold that we talked about last board meeting, that 15%, and where we are in relation to that safety net. At this point in the year, we've got 6 months of actual revenues and expenditures under our belt, and we've got about we have 6 periods left of projection. So last month, we were projecting about a $3 million deficit or reduction in our fund balance. If you recall, last month we had approved, it was in December, we had a budget amendment which increased our expenditures, so you do see the fund balance projection falling slightly in line with that budget amendment that was approved. Just to recap, our supplemental reports, that Senate Bill 68 report that has all the funds, it is available to you. The board member travel, the other supplemental report, we spent $649 of the $18,000 budget so far. And our attorney budget, $47,242 of our $223,000 budget. And there is a hyperlink in there to the CARES and ARP budget dashboard, which is also available directly from our school's website. So I'll pause there and take any questions or comments before we move on to the last slide. Okay. And before we are going to wrap up, I just thought I'd share with you. You've probably heard it, you've probably read it. The governor has an amended, or I guess it's a proposal for an amended FY22 budget. So we had prepared our own budget with the concept of $3 million austerity from the state government through a reduction in our QBE. And there is talk, just like last year, of reducing, if not eliminating all that, and potentially refunding that to the school system. So that could mean upwards of $3 million of additional unanticipated revenues for our school system. It just depends on this amended, I guess, proposal from the governor and whether or not that passes. We should know within the next month or so whether or not that's going to come to fruition. The other pieces of the governor's amended budget proposal is a $2,000 salary increase. So this wouldn't be a one-time payment like they've had in the past. This is actually an amendment to the salary schedule for teachers. You know, he had promised a $5,000 increase to teacher salaries. We did have the $3,000 increase. He is proposing to give this $2,000 increase before this fiscal year is up. So for this school year, if this amended budget goes through, teachers, I guess it says full-time state-funded instructional staff and school support staff and administration would receive $2,000 through the QBE formula. And bus drivers, nurses, and school nutrition workers and part-time employees would receive $1,000. So as soon as that gets approved, we'll have to wait probably a couple weeks for the Georgia Department of Education to work out the details and supply what job CPI codes and which employees specifically are covered with the $2,000 versus $1,000. And also, just like last year, we received an additional bus allotment. At this time last year for the FY21 amended budget, we received 3 additional buses. So it's also possible that we'll get an additional allotment for bus purchases. And that wraps up the financial summary through period 6.
I'll channel Mr. Davis and say we are very excited about the teachers getting more money. And then the next question will be, what are we going to do to make sure that all of our staff have some type of surprise award to match that? But you don't have to answer that tonight. I just thought I would be Mr. Davis for a minute.
I do have some thoughts on that, and I think a lot of it comes in that austerity refund.
Sure.
So if we do get, you know, $2,000 for the vast majority of our teachers, it probably won't be all of them since, you know, we are about 60% locally funded through property taxes. We will probably have to pick up an additional cost for other staff that aren't covered through what's provided in our QBE formula. But I would imagine we'll be able to kind of crunch the numbers and hopefully use the anticipated amount from the austerity refund to provide that to the remaining staff.
I think that would be a great incentive for our employees. I'm excited about being able to do that when it's not Christmas. Yay. Thank you.
Is the austerity refund a one-time refund, though? So eventually that would have to come out of operation, correct? Which is, I mean, I'm not arguing it at all, I'm just...
If we roll back the clock, you know, going into fiscal year 21, there was a $7.3 million anticipated austerity. At this time last year, the governor came back and provided $4.3 million of that kind of wiped away. So over the course of the next 6 months, they took that $4.3 million and distributed it to us evenly throughout those last 6 months. I anticipate, and this is just my suspicion, you know, if the governor, they're sitting on a mountain of cash, I'd like to call it. You know, they've, even though we've had COVID, the economy is still going gangbusters, and the revenue projections have the actual collections have far exceeded any kind of anticipated amount. And so they do have a very large surplus, which is allowing them to do this, as well as, you may have heard, providing $250 per Georgia income tax paying person, $500 for married couples, and to me it's a large liquidation of that mountain of cash that they're looking at doing.
I had one last question.
Yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
wait, I'm sorry, were you finished? Sorry.
You can go ahead.
And then does that increase, so this is for state-funded instructional staff, that does not include our pre-K teachers, right?
There are other aspects in play with pre-K. There was a power supplement through, and Karen, or Ms. Higginbotham and I have spoken several times about what this means for the pre-K program, what it means for the Head Start program. Head Start workers are also getting a separate supplement from the state. I think they're getting two $1,000 payments, so that would offset this dollar for dollar. That just to say there are several pieces that are kind of undetermined at this point. We don't know what the austerity refund is going to be. We don't know if this $2,000 per teacher is going to come to fruition. Once we have all those details, we'll have to synthesize it all and come to you guys with a proposal.
This probably doesn't have a whole lot to do with the budget, but you did say we might get more buses, right? So, you know, as we've gone through the pandemic and we've had a shortage of bus drivers, and I know that one of their requirements is that they have a CDL, is that correct? I'm curious, can we get a smaller bus that a parent could maybe drive that doesn't require a CDL, and we can get those people trained to be like, because we're going to need transportation. I see you shaking your head.
I'll step aside for this question.
As a matter of fact, I just got to, good evening, everyone, first of all. I just got to speaking with Attorney Mike out in the hallway with regards to trying to find alternate ways of transporting students. Right now in the state of Georgia, there's a bill that's going before the state floor, but it has not made it to the floor yet to discuss a way of transporting students outside of using a school bus. So right now, we are just at that point where we still have to transport via school buses with a CDL driver.
Okay, thank you. I'll be looking for that bill.
Any additional questions? Okay. Were you going to go over the other, you were going to go over the each individual or just the summary and seeing if we had any? Okay. Any other specific questions or comments? Okay. We'll move, thank you, Mr. Schoeneman. We'll move forward to number 10. These are our personnel recommendations, and under, yes, it's under that item 1. That's the only one I saw. Was there something? Okay. Mr. Gaskins, is there any additional information here?
No additional information.
Okay. Any questions? Okay. All right. We'll go to the. Okay, wait a minute. Oh, okay. We'll move forward to number 11, and this is the discussion of consent agenda items. Just let us know if you want to take it off. The January 13th work session minutes. Number 2, January 20th board meeting minutes. Number 3, approval of field trips. 4, the SPLOST 6 bond resolution. Okay, we're going to pull that. Mr. Pruitt, were you getting ready to?
Yes, there. Well, no, there it is. That's just a minor bit of housekeeping there. Need to spend money before the bond proceeds come in, then we can pay ourselves back from the proceeds once the bonds are issued. If you want to pull that, that's fine. It's going to come in this week and next week. We're starting validation. I don't know why this is going in and out.
There it is.
The validation process will be starting here soon, and one part of that is there'll be a notice in the The validation is a proceeding that's filed in Superior Court, and it's actually Stiles, State of Georgia versus Clark County School District. So if somebody calls you and says, why is the school district being sued for $75 million? We're not. That's just the way it appears, and that's the process that results in the order validating our bonds so they can be sold on the market.
I would like for us to always have a separate vote on dollars that we're spending at that level. Thank you.
Additional questions? So we have this pulled. Are there additional questions about the bond resolution? Okay, so item 4 is pulled from consent. Number 5, the laptop purchase.
I have a question.
Okay?
Okay, so on the, let me pull it back up. Okay, so under, beside budget fund, it says 365 construction. Why does it say construction?
That's the SPLOST fund, so that's out of SPLOST 6 money, so that's the line item that it gets charged to. But it's money that we're taking from SPLOST 6 or SPLOST 5 for computers.
But it's under construction?
It's under the SPLOST, yes, the SPLOST program. 365 is the...
I was just going to note, construction, technology, school buses, everything through SPLOST 5, it all runs through that one fund, 365.
Okay.
So it may be named construction fund, but it really is all of the SPLOST 5 expenditures, no matter what the expenditure is for.
Okay, and then my other question to this one, it says 30 laptops, and then I think somewhere it said onboarding. So why? I mean, I know it says 5 years. They've been, the ones that are there are 5 years old.
Yes.
But onboarding in laptops, how does that?
Right, so when we do new employee onboarding, they come in, there's work that they do on the computer. The computers, the laptops that we have now are very, very out of date. They run slow, some of them don't work. It makes it very difficult, and it's not a good experience for our new employees.
Sounds like student computers.
And so we also use those laptops during open enrollment for employees who don't have access to technology to be able to come in and use those to do their open enrollment. And then we sit with them and help them if they need that, or they can use them individually. So it would really be helpful for both of those reasons to have those new devices.
So 30 computers are replaced every 5 years?
We haven't replaced them in 5 years. I don't know what was done prior to me coming, but they have not been replaced in at least 5 years.
I'm just going to say this, the dollar amount, $53,000, almost $54,000 for 30 computers is a lot. So, I don't know.
I would have
It's
to
just
ask.
a lot.
I would have to ask Mr. Duke to elaborate on the cost of the computers. They price those out for us. I think it's just to replace with a comparable model to what we have, but he could probably speak more to that.
Would you like for us to pull it, and then we have time to answer your questions in between now and the vote?
Yes, because I didn't know I was going to have another question.
Okay.
So yes, pull it, please.
Okay?
Dr. Gann, I just wanted
Yes.
to provide some clarity, or ask Lisa a question. So for the SPLOST Bond 6 resolution, we do have a presentation, is that right, next week?
Yes. Our bond counsel was planning to come next week to just give a little overview of the process.
Okay. So that'll be, because it's pulled anyway. Did we pull that?
We
Okay.
pulled it. And I believe that he has offered to meet with board members one-on-one. His office is maybe
Yeah,
somewhere
there.
close here. So we will put in the board update tomorrow. We can work on that he said if you wanted to meet with him individually, he could provide you more information around the bond. And so that'll help, I guess, better inform your vote next week.
Okay. Wonderful. Yes, and I'm encourage if you're able to, and if you have specific questions, please do that. you know, if you have time to meet with the bond officer. All right, so we have pulled the laptop purchase. We are at 6, the software license purchase.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So who does this one? Okay. I just have a clarifying question. Okay, so my question is, now this is for a license agreement. Does this license agreement give access to Microsoft, which is what it's for, to every student in the district on their Chrome devices?
The students use Chromebooks. These are for mainly staff.
So this license agreement at $111,000 does not cover students?
If we buy them Windows devices, it would cover them as well. Yes.
So Chrome is a Google. Am I saying that correctly? So
I
Chrome is.
know that part. I'm just saying, we're gonna pay all of this money and students don't have access to Microsoft.
They would if we buy them Windows devices. You can't install Office on a Chromebook.
But if we're buying a license agreement, students don't, like, they can't link their CCSD username or their email and log on to Microsoft 365.
They can, yes.
That's what I'm asking.
This
Do
is-
they have access to the license agreement?
Yes, this is mainly Windows, but it does also cover Office.
Okay. So students using their, I just want to ask again to make sure that students using their CCSD email address can log on to Microsoft 365 under CCSD's license agreement.
Yes, it's not set up for them to do that now, but they would be able to do that, yes.
Okay.
How-
But we can do that.
Yes.
I will vouch because Mr. Duke actually helped my son do it today. Just that, so.
But that's not something that parents need to ask individually, right?
We're mainly a Google district. This is what this really covers is our Windows licensing for staff. That's the main thing that it covers. When we buy a device, we buy it with the least expensive version of Windows you can. This agreement allows us to upgrade to Windows 10, different version of Windows as they come out. But it also doesn't cover Office. But
It
again,
does or does not?
we're a Google district, so,
Right. But we're paying for Microsoft as a Google district.
correct.
So one
You
thing.
know, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna just say, one thing I would encourage us to do, if we do have questions or concerns, of course, this is a platform, but I also know these one-on-one conversations can give us a better understanding, maybe, I mean, I'm reaching here because my understanding of technology, even with one-on-one conversations, is still limited. But I do want to, I want us to hold a space, of course, to ask as many questions as we can, but then it's a carving out of also having a respect for the expertise of people who are putting forth what they think we need. I'm not saying that that's not what we're doing, but I'm just saying, not just, to you, Ms. Gallagher, but to all of us, be sure that we're taking advantage of the one-on-one conversations with Mr. Gaskins, who can, where we can have these types of conversations, because there may be more questions that come from here that we may not be able to answer tonight, but there's a fine line between accountability and support and how we treat each other and just how we speak with each other. And so I want to be sure that we are, all aware of that.
So my quick question is this: how many licenses do we get for $111,412?
I think it was based off FTE, if I recall correctly, so it's the teacher count.
So that's high. And
This is not new. It has
no, I mean,
gone.
that's a good number of licenses if it's based on the
Correct, yep.
teacher count. You got a lot of teachers.
Yep.
Yeah, we're good. I'm feeling better.
I just wanted to jump in real quick and defend you a little bit here. As a person who uses Google Chrome often, in my office life, I could not use Google Chrome because no one else in the business world uses Google Chrome. It just works very well for the classroom because it was built to do that. And so in defense of Mr. Duke, he's trying to help teachers and administrators communicate with each other and outside organizations by maintaining the status quo.
Additional questions?
No, but I'll just share with the board, I teach the Comp 1000 class at Athens Tech, and sometimes I would substitute over here at the Career Academy, and we don't do Chrome books for that. So it's, you have to get us a Windows, and thank you for always being there and accommodating that. We appreciate it. Okay, I'm good. Consent.
So what do we have that's left on, what did we pull? Does anyone have a? Okay, so we pulled the laptop, okay, number 4, the bond resolution, number 5, and, okay, it's 6. Ms. Gallagher, would you like to pull 6? Okay.
I was not attacking you, sir.
He didn't say that. It's a friendly reminder to all of us. That's all. So that wasn't him, that was me asking that we remain respectful. Not respectful, but just considerate. Number 7, the fuel contract.
I just got a question.
Yeah.
Hey.
Hello.
Okay, so on here, it lists the fuel contract, and the feral gas LP is a separate contract, correct?
Yes, that is correct. The feral gas is propane, and the fuel contract is for diesel and gasoline.
Okay, and then how often is that contract reviewed or renewed?
It is reviewed and renewed, I think, every 3 years.
Okay, and what year are we in?
We are at the end of the 3rd year. It's time for us to renew it. That's the reason why we've sent out RFP.
Okay.
That's it.
That's it?
All right.
Thank you.
Other questions about number 7? Do we need to leave it on or pull it? Okay. Before we get to future business, I think there are a couple of things that we wanted to mention. The RFP, did everybody have a chance to look at the RFP that Ms. Palmer sent out? The main thing there was the date. I think that date was left, was it left blank? Or we needed to know by what point does the board want to have a person in place? I think that was the primary question, right? That's right, okay. Ms. Jackson for the RFP. Did everybody have a chance to take a look at that? What date do we need to tell her?
I don't know about the date, but looking it over, I had some comments and questions on it other than the date, and I put them on the document. And actually, Ms. Jackson has already responded to a couple of them, so she's kind of on it. So I don't know if it needs more of a discussion or how. I'm not sure what the best way to go forward. I know the aim was to get it out tomorrow, but I'm not sure if that's, I don't know if we have to have more of a discussion before that.
Okay. Probably should go ahead and discuss it now. I think we have, according to Mr. Pruitt, we have some flexibility with our agenda. So if there's something specific that we need to get board
the main
consensus
concern
around.
that I had was that, well, one, the way that it's worded is very much like whatever firm applies or whatever firm we use is going to be more like a headhunter versus assisting us. So my concern was whether we had decided as a board whether we wanted a firm that was going to bring us candidates and like screen them and decide and then just only bring us some candidates, or whether we wanted someone to, I mean, obviously we need someone to assist us, but sort of how much we were involved in the process, or if we'd be getting candidates that, like if people applied and we would never know about them because they were not brought to us by the search firm. I'm sorry? So my concern is that if we're looking for a firm that's more of a headhunter, they are going out and they are finding candidates and bringing them to us, versus us being able to put out a call and having applicants apply and then being able to see all the applicants, not just the applicants that a search firm has decided that we should see.
If I may, I can tell you how it worked last time, and I think all these firms work about the same. They put out, well, it could be less than nationwide if you didn't want that, but assuming you do, they put ads in all of the trade publications that school administrators are going to see. They send out, you know, the message to their contacts. They try to get as many candidates as possible. Let me also say, as part of the RFP process, once the proposals come in and then the firms, again, last time the firms made presentations to the board, and you could ask each one of them questions like that as part of the selection process. That's the main thing about an RFP versus a hard bid. RFPs are crafted through the process. You don't just get a presentation and take it or leave it.
We would negotiate all of those points is what I'm thinking in terms of what you're saying. If you want
Right.
to see every single one of those, they'll be happy to show you every single one of those.
And I just wanted to make sure that our RFP that's going out to people who would be interested in doing this for us understands what our desires are. And then related to what Attorney Pruitt just said, with at the bottom when it talks about the criteria for selection, I do obviously want us to not limit ourselves to candidates from any geographical area, but I feel like in the age of the internet and the way that things are posted now, that the ability of a firm to recruit nationwide is sort of going to be the same across all firms. And so it's given like a pretty significant percentage in terms of how we are saying that we're going to rank them. And I just don't know that that's that important of a criteria, given that everybody will be putting out ads to anyone who would be interested nationwide.
I was going to simply say the reason I pushed for to do an RFP is I just don't want us to be exclusionary when we are spending money to not be so. And so whoever wins the award for the RFP, we will negotiate the terms of the search and all of those. We have to answer those questions ourselves in terms of how broad we want the search to be and what we're looking for in a candidate. That's a lot of work that we'll be putting in.
I guess my concern was just that if we're putting out this RFP and we're saying that these are our criteria and these are the weights of our criteria, then when we get the proposals back, we have to use these criteria to evaluate who we're going to choose. And so I want to make sure that these are the criteria that we want to use in order to evaluate them.
Now that's what I thought we'd have conversation about, is our criteria. So I don't know if we're doing that on it before somebody leads us through that process. Are you suggesting that we need to do something?
No, I mean the
different with
criteria
RFP?
for choosing the search firm.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think we need to just figure out what our criteria are for the search firm before we put out an RFP, right?
All right. Is that not included? Did I not read that in the RFP?
It's in the bottom.
No, it is here, and that's what I was asking about, whether whether, like, number 2, their ability to recruit nationwide is worth 30% of our evaluation when everybody is going to be able to recruit nationwide.
Right, so Dr. Dykeman is asking if in the RFP so in that RFP process where we're weighing each firm and giving them their total points, should that particular item be worth 30% in that scale, is what she's saying.
I think I hear you now. Thank you so much for clarifying that for me.
I mean, I don't mind having the 30% if that's what you were sort of asking the room. I think some search firms are better at doing national searches than others, simply because of having more contacts and more experience in it. So it could, I think it could maybe give you or glean a little bit more information about their abilities beyond just posting things online. Because a lot of it is calling contacts and, you know, putting out feelers based on their own network, not just posting things. And some firms are genuinely much better than others at doing that.
I'd agree with that, and I would think that if it's true that they all have the same ability, then it will make it more of a non-factor.
Yeah, and this, again, this was just sort of an example. I wondered whether we needed more time to think about what criteria we actually want to use. But if we don't, then that's fine.
I think we definitely want to spend whatever time we need to feel very confident in what we're doing. We just don't have a good track record of keeping superintendents. And so I would want us to, at this time, make sure that we're walking down the road with someone that this community is going to support, that we can support, that absolutely understands our priorities and is willing to be somewhat flexible, because we have a lot of needs to be met in this community, a lot of diverse needs that have to be met. And so we want to end up with the right person. And more than anything, we start with, you're right, the search firm, and then from that, what our criteria is going to be for the superintendent, and they will help us develop that, I would think. Did I do good on that one?
Okay, so let me ask this. I know Ms. Jackson was wanting this by tomorrow. I don't know that will happen. Are you all feeling that we need to have a separate meeting to discuss this, or where are we?
That's the only thing that we're talking, that would be excellent.
I believe so.
I'd agree.
Okay, I heard from a few people. Dr. Dykeman?
I think so, unless you think that we're being overly picky about something that we'll be able to discern once we get proposals in. Mike?
You're so good. But the
Thank you for
reality
being
is,
Switzerland.
I mean, we're talking about selecting a firm to do the process, and in our interview of that firm and the finalists for that firm, I mean, this is where we have these conversations about making sure that we're getting the right person that we want. That's not a part of the company selecting, doing the work.
So let me ask a procedural question then. When we get the proposals from anyone who answers this, and we rank order them, we rank them according to the criteria that are set in here, and then what do we do with that? Do we have to go by the top ranked, or how does that work?
Not at all. And I'm not sure who's going to do the ranking. I mean, typically, staff does the ranking, and then, but they may present, and it depends on how many firms respond. Last time, only 3 firms responded. All 3 of them made full presentations to the board, and the board picked the one they wanted. So, the rankings didn't really matter in that case.
So I guess that was my concern. Like, if it is the case that people respond and they give presentations and we decide we like one and it wasn't our highest ranked according to these criteria, then that's still okay.
That's exactly
Okay.
right. Rankings are used when you think you may have, I suspect it won't matter this time either. But rankings are useful if you get a lot of responses and you want to weed out some so that you're not interviewing 8 firms and just get it down to 3.
Okay, so we thinking of special call meeting? Is that where we're going? No?
Well, based
Okay.
on that, I'm
I don't
okay.
think so.
I'm okay.
We good.
We're okay? I just wanted to be, okay.
We'll leave that with them to do that.
Okay. The only other thing before we get to that future business was the meeting that we all went to Monday between the Athens ACC and the Board of Education. And I know from that meeting there was conversation about a commitment or a specific amount, like if the district had been thinking about a specific amount of money that they would like to put towards the efforts, or where the district was. And so wanted to sort of put that out there because I know we just left that. I don't know that we have to figure that out tonight, but I do know, I mean, we were all there, like Athens-Clarke County is deciding on the amount, taking action on the amount that they are going to put forward. And it may require more discussion. I know that, you know, Dr. Thomas will be back soon, but I just wanted to put that out there as something that it seemed like the board was interested in knowing, just sort of where the district was.
So I just wanted to add, like, so logistically, as we worked on our budget, we have to allocate all funds, and then when we for the state, and then we have to do a budget amendment if we change that, which we certainly could. So that's why all of our money has been allocated, because of the requirement. But we can do a budget amendment based on whatever the priorities are. We would just have to reprioritize our allocations, which we could definitely do.
You mean the allocations for this year? Am I confusing?
So we, our budget is allocated for what will be spent for 2024, but we can, how we have allocated money for like different programs, at risk, summer school, all of those different things, we can reallocate through a budget amendment funds for a commitment to whatever project we would do as a partner with ACC Gov.
But this money, the conversation wasn't about Clarke County School District's regular budget. This was about ARPA funds.
No, that's what I'm talking about.
We've already allocated all of our ARPA funds.
Yes, we've allocated our funds. We haven't spent our funds. So whenever we change our allocation, we have to do a budget amendment.
Brandon, I can jump in here. Part of the federal programs, the way they operate through the Georgia Department of Education, is they award you a certain dollar amount, right? So like for all 3 programs, we got $78 million. Before you can spend it, you have to have an approved budget on file with GDOE. So we got to tell them how we're going to spend that money. They're not going to accept a partial budget. So what we've done over the course of the 3 years that the grants are available, we've put together somewhat of a template. You know, it's not going to be a master plan that we can't deviate from, but we've got a good concept of what we had planned on spending, and we do have a budget on file with GDOE. And I think what Brandon's trying to convey is that priorities do change. Stuff comes up, and we have the ability to go up and amend that budget, you know, say, hey, we planned on spending $3 million on one purpose, and now we want to spend that $3 million on a different purpose. So as long as it's allowable under the grant, GDOE would sign off on it, approve it, and now you've got a budget for whatever need you have now.
So when was that budget developed? Because I don't think I've ever seen that budget. I've seen our budget that we approved for this fiscal year, but I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about.
So we present and share the general fund budget on a very detailed basis. Historically, we don't go into the same level of detail with school nutrition, with special education funds, with Title I. Those are allotted by the state, and we have internally budgeted those and then presented them as part of the entire budget, possibly in a different column that you've seen in previous budgets. Larry Hamel may have presented a capital budget and may have presented there's a name of it that's eluding me, but you've got general fund, capital, and then 1/3 budget. It may have not been presented in detail on every aspect of that budget as we do in the general fund, but that's where it would have been approved. And then I guess globally, you're reviewing it while you're looking at that Senate Bill 68 report of all funds. You see it in there. If at any time you want to drill down and go and look at what specifically is budgeted, we can do that too. Actually, I just have the actual expenditures, not the budgeted amounts for CARES 1, CARES 2, and ARP on our website.
Yeah, those are the dollars that we're talking about. So you're saying that those have already been allocated?
Preliminarily. Like I said, GDOE requires us to have a budget on hand before we can start spending. So we have gone through that process of planning preliminarily and sharing a budget with them that's approved, and we have started spending as part of that plan. If there is an amendment that's needed, we still have unspent funds. It's just like SPLOST. I mean, you've got a 5-year plan, you've got a preliminary budget and kind of framework, and you know what you want to spend money on, but priorities do change over time. You know, with SPLOST, we were talking about, you know, he's budgeting $132 million. We may get $150 million. And so you may be able to allocate more. You may have different projects that are going to pop up. So I would just stress that the ARP and these budgets that last longer than a year, I don't want to call it a living document because we do have a template. It's just you're able to amend it with the state to be more specific on what your needs are.
I think the embarrassment for me was I know that we have an allocation, and everybody else knows our allocation as well. And so the question was there, what was our input into developing that budget? That was somewhat of an embarrassment. But the other part of that is, that's not really our role. The other piece of that was, I thought I have been seeing on our website the spend down of the ARPA funds and the American Rescue Plan funds, but I honestly don't think I've seen anything that says, you know, specifically where it's going. I know that we've done some, on the monthly budget reports, you definitely identify where those funds have gone, but I don't know that I see a master plan. I've not seen that.
So I've had various iterations of how to present the CARES and ARPA budgets to you guys. And in the first iterations, I had a very similar template to how I present the monthly financials. You've got the budget by category, you got the overall budget, you got what's been spent so far, what's remaining. So there has been budgets that have been presented and shared with you as part of the overall financial reports for CARES and ARPA. Then there's been a request to, hey, let's have this published, let's have it interactive, let's have a dashboard. And so we've kind of converted and changed our thinking to have, let's post something on the web, but that doesn't necessarily reflect the budget and the expenditures. That only shows the expenditures.
Exactly. I'm good, and I'm sure, you know, I don't have the best memory, but I do remember the conversations that we've had, and I remember asking that it be on the web, and I know it's there because I looked at it there. So again, in terms of us answering the question that was raised at the meeting, I'm not sure who asked that question, or if we have an answer that we need to provide to that question.
As far as the amount, or if there will be an amount?
Yeah, if there's a joint project that we're doing, I know that it was a requirement that that meeting be held between us and the county. That's a federal requirement. So I think we can check that off.
Okay. So I don't hear, thank you for that update, Mr. Schooneman and Mr. Gaskins. It sounds like this may be something that we need to revisit or maybe even place on future business so that we can have a more concrete discussion around it, maybe for our March work session. I mean, I do understand that ACC is already in the process, but I also understand we, they have their process and we can sort of figure out what works for us. But before I, conclude that, I just want to be sure that I understand where everybody is with this particular.
I guess I'm wondering why we had a meeting. I mean, just, I know it's a requirement, but for us to have that topic, for engagement, if our funds are already allocated, like we spend all that time. I'm just, I guess a little bit disappointed that I didn't quite understand that we had spent, that we had, we had to have those funds allocated for the, by DOE, that was a requirement. That would have been nice to just kind of put that in the front, as we were going through all those exercises. Because I really, was hopeful that we would see more collaboration between the city and the district, as it related to the children. And so I'm just, if the funds are not there, then I would just like for that to be said.
And I hope I am being clear. We can amend our budget to meet the needs of having this partnership. So I think that is possible. I think that the challenge is, what is that number? And I think the other challenge is that as I was in the meeting, I believe we must expend our funds by 2024, and I think ACC Gov mentioned something about 2026. So I think we just have to get on the same page around what those requirements are, because they may be different for schools as it relates to the government. And then I think that knowing what the amount is also important, because although we've allocated our budget, that doesn't mean that those are things that our priorities don't change, or it doesn't mean that some of the allocations that exist don't support what the partnership might be. So I just want to be clear, we can amend the budget, we can partner with ACC Gov, but I guess not knowing the amount and not knowing the project is what might be the barrier, but not a barrier that we can't address and overcome.
So I guess that's something that Dr. Thomas and Mayor Gertz will start the discussion on, and then you all get back with us on what that amount is and what that, if it's one particular project, what that project might be. Okay.
Brandon, I just want to touch on one thing. I really wouldn't want what's required procedurally to hamper the spirit of what you're trying to do. Right. And I'd just like to give the example of one thing that I have kind of set a placeholder in this budget for, is for this fiscal year, next fiscal year, and the fiscal year after that, providing the $1,000 supplement twice per year for all employees, right? And so depending on our salary study, depending on what type of revenues we're working on, we're working with this year, we may not need that. And so that's something that, we would have a significant amount of money that we would have to reallocate, reshift. And like I said, it's somewhat of a living document. It's just procedurally, we had to come up with a framework, a plan for us to start spending down the money with GDOE.
So you weren't at the meeting, but yes, I think it was, what was their number for youth development? It's like $7,000?
7 million.
How much now?
7 million.
So $7 million is what the county has allocated for youth development, right? And they were asking us, what is our number? And of that, what can we jointly do? So I don't think anything was wasted in the meeting. I think that we might have had some different expectations going in, but we still have to be on one accord if we're going to partner in something. And I think that was a good exercise to move us in that direction.
You had your opinion, I have my opinion.
Yep.
Okay.
No worries.
Okay, well, let's move forward. Are there any where do we go from here? Does it just sound like we've sort of discussed it? Mr. Gaskins, you have it. We know that that's more of a procedural thing, but it certainly won't prevent any type of partnering. So it sounds like at this point, I think what I'm hearing the board say is that if that is something that the district would be willing to consider that partnership, and if so, what would the recommendation be as far as like the amount?
And not to belabor this conversation, but is the consensus is that we would match what the ACC Gov was bringing to the table, or is that number up for debate or discussion?
I didn't get that. I didn't get that.
Okay.
I got there, they wanted to know like a concrete, maybe not even concrete or a range, but I didn't get that they expected for us to match it.
Okay.
Because it may be already out, like you said, after you go back and look, there may be areas that are allocated that may fit already neatly.
Correct.
And it's just a matter of like operationally defining, like, what is this gonna look like? So
I have clarity.
that's not my understanding either, but I wanna
That
hear
wasn't
from.
my, yeah, I just want us to make a commitment, sit down with them and discuss what projects that we can, work on that would be, great for our youth, and come up with something concrete, because in the mayor and commission meeting, he announced, that plan, so it's moving pretty fast.
Yeah, their train's already left the station, and so it would be nice to, they've already, yes, they've already accelerated this process to vote on it tonight and then move forward with bringing on someone that will help them manage whatever the process is going to look like. So they're well beyond where we are, and it would be really nice to at least have Dr. Thomas, Superintendent Thomas, in your office kind of work through what that would look like on your end, and if it does mean sacrificing things that the district does not feel comfortable sacrificing, then at least we would know that, right? Yeah.
And one thing I thought of the other night too is that I also didn't think that they were saying they needed us to match, but I also thought about the fact that one thing that the school district could contribute that was not money, I mean, definitely money, but also is facilities. And so if there was a way for Dr. Thomas and Mayor Gertz to talk about how we could help in space, because if they have programs that they want to fund, if they don't have any place to hold these activities or programs, if maybe the school district might be able to help in that way. Because those are things that we have that are spread across the entire county.
All right, Mr. Gaskins, did that? Okay. All right, we will move forward. Was there a question?
Are you going to place it in future discussion?
Future business? Okay, yeah, so if we could take note that future business would be just a follow-up discussion around that ACC partnership, and then the Citizens Academy, also the nominations policy. We needed to place that on future business. Just briefly, we need to explain that there was a glitch during our last, our nomination process where, let me see how I can say this without confusing you. When the nominations were listed, the nominations that we voted on at the regular meeting, they were missing one name, and that was Dr. Anderson's name for the role of president. And we have since tried to figure out, I know Ms. Davis sort of reached out to see, like, what do we need to do in that event? Did we need to, do something formal or not? And from my understanding, it's been resolved. We don't have to take any additional action, Mr. Pruitt, but it did lead to more conversation around us needing to revisit the nominations policy for future business.
Right, yeah, and just to clarify, Dr. Anderson generously agreed to just withdraw her name from the nomination list so that the election would not have to be redone. So we're fine.
And so,
Are you
questions about that?
saying maybe change it so that it's done a different way in the future? Is that what you're saying, Dr. Gatt?
I think we were, it was some suggestion, or we were sort of talking through how might it be a little bit easier, perhaps maybe taking nominations from the floor versus going through that process. And so thought maybe we would just place it on future business so
that's a
we could
good
talk
idea.
about those options. If there's board consensus to do that. Okay.
Yes, and I would say maybe even look at Assembly, since we can vote with Assembly too, maybe even look at incorporating Assembly into it as a suggestion to consider.
The second one? Okay. I understand, because it's going through that process. Okay.
Yes,
And it's because
thank
it's a policy. Okay.
That'd be great.
All right. Did I miss anything for future business? Because I've forgotten, I can't remember anything else.
I don't think so.
All right, we are at adjournment.
I so moved.
Second?
All right.
Yep. Bye.
Do you have a question?
Did we vote?
Oh, okay, no,
I
okay.
take it back.
All in favor? Aye, okay, we are adjourned at 10:14.
Thank you, everybody.